Oh, okay, so it's live on YouTube and Facebook. Okay. All right, assalamu alaikum, bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So we're glad to have with us Sheikh Anwar Arafat, all the way from Tennessee, and I know his parents drove all the way from also Panama City, mashallah. By the way, their family business is making kanafa, so if anyone wants a dessert, you guys can get a taste of that, inshallah, also. So we'll have the sessions here. Today is about finding the right soulmate. And like you said, if you want to take some pointers even on the phone, just remember some bullet points, inshallah. That'll be good and beneficial. For those who didn't register, I guess during their break, you guys can check in the back with the registration. Also, snacks will be provided. And I think Jihad, they're ordering Papa John's or Domino's? Domino's. Alhamdulillah. So that is it. And then inshallah today there'll be a lecture at Morris Bridge also after tonight today. And tomorrow, Muhammad Khan and his family is sponsoring breakfast for everyone at TMC. Plus, he's going to be giving a talk. I know I mentioned this before. SubhanAllah, I met him last year, January 2020, right before the pandemic. And he does great work with Dawah and IRA. And I think they do some of the best Dawah with Hafiz Ortiz and the crew. And also, it happened that he was roommates with my best friend in UIF, where I graduated, Osama Shami. And I found out last year. And Osama Shami, he got killed in Turkey in 2016. And Ahmad, remember when we went to the graveyard and I did the whole 4-page thing? So he wrote a 4-page thing about Osama after he passed away. It's a very touching thing to write about somebody you're close to, your friend, and the legacy they leave behind. And subhanAllah, one day, or hopefully see you tomorrow, if you can probably read that, inshallah. And subhanAllah, turns out we had like similar circles, whether it was knowing Majid Mahmoud, Shahazar Fazaka, so it was a small world, subhanAllah. So that being said, are you going to sit here?
Sure.
Inshallah. I'm going to share the link for YouTube and Facebook, so I know I'm going to share also, but some of you have parents or friends that want to watch online, so you guys can share with them also, inshallah.
Can you share the link with me too?
Yeah.
I've had people ask me for the link.
Yeah, sure. Do you prefer YouTube or Facebook?
YouTube is better, because I don't think all of them have Facebook. Come over here. I just killed. All right. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man walah ma ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hope you guys are doing well. We're excited to do this, and we're excited to have you all, inshallah ta'ala. We had a little just a chat but I'm going to ask some of the same questions again, at least just so that we can get to know the audience and see where everybody's at, inshallah ta'ala, before we begin. So, who here is already married? Nobody. Who's engaged? Anybody engaged? Getting married? One? MashaAllah. Everybody else single? Any divorcees? One? MashaAllah. Good. I mean, not good, but I guess good. Okay. Roughly age group, most of you guys undergrads or recent grads, right? We said. Anybody high school? Good. Everybody's over 18, yeah. Okay. Not that we're going to do anything that is inappropriate, but I'm just saying. Who is actively, not passively, actively looking to get married? Nobody wants to admit. Who's passively when I say passively, meaning you're okay right now, but if something good comes by, you'll consider it. And most people are that way. Okay. Who's not thinking even passively? They're like, nope, I'm just not even on my radar. Why are you guys here? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, Tasneem is saying it is dark. Yes, I'm sorry. Is there a way, can we get a light on or some lights? Yeah. We'll try to make it brighter. I don't know if there is a way. Show advanced options. Whoa. Okay, I hope that helps. It is dark because I'm backlit. If you guys have like a light. No, I'm just kidding. I should have brought my studio stuff. Okay, so I asked the question before about romantic comedies. People who are watching romantic comedies, some of the tropes that exist. I think the first trope that was thrown out was what? What was the first trope? Love at first sight. Okay. Oh, and somebody mentioned your soulmate. So, love at first sight. What do you guys think? Does that exist? Is that real? Or is it something that exists only in the movies? Nobody wants to go. So, how many people have heard somebody talk about their own way that they got married? Meaning you've heard someone else, not a movie. I don't want a movie. I want a real live person, because movies, here, let me see. Turn this. Here we go. You've talked to a real life person. It could be your parents, an uncle, a cousin, a friend, whoever, right? And they said, yes, it was love at first sight for me. Does anybody know? Nobody? Wow. You guys need to talk to my parents. No, this morning I told my mom what I was going to, because she came. They live in Panama City. She came. I'm like, Mom, I'm sorry, but I'm going to tell them that love at first sight doesn't exist. She's like, don't you dare tell them that. I'm like, Mom, it wasn't even love at first sight for you. She's like, of course it was. Yes, it was. And then when you dig deep, was it actually love at first sight? It wasn't. Question, not that I'm putting my mom under the bus here by saying this, but why does she believe, looking back, that it was love at first sight? What do you guys think? This will help us, inshallah ta'ala, kind of set our expectations going forward. Yeah.
Maybe they had attraction from the get-go, and then it turned out that, okay, they did have compatibility as well.
So they didn't actually. My mom was like, who's this guy? So my mom, just so you guys know, my mom is white, right? Even at the time when she met my dad, she wasn't even Muslim. She's a convert. My dad's Palestinian. They were in college, right? So my mom was like, who's this? And then my dad tells her, my dad is intense. In their first meeting, he's like, I'm Palestinian. She's like, oh, okay. He's like, I'm a tourist. And she's like, what? He's like, yeah, Palestinians, you guys call us Palestinians tourists. His English was still so bad, he couldn't say the word terrorist. He's like, I'm a tourist. She's like, yeah, everybody who comes to America is a tourist. You know, it's what are you talking about? So anyways, that's how that first meeting went.
That was an interesting first meeting.
Yes. Okay. So if love at first sight doesn't exist, then what's going on? Why do we keep on telling the story as if it was a thing? Movies, people, even when they tell you their story, they're like, yes. What's really going on? Anybody know? What's really going on?
Someone in real life, they're looking back at their past through the lens of what's going on right now.
Yeah, they're projecting their current status on the past. It's almost always the case. Even if they say, okay, it was love at first sight, what they're talking about is something that you said. What was your name, brother?
Imad.
Imad. So you said there might have been attraction there. Sure, 100%. Does attraction equal love? No. Everybody's shaking their head. Of course not. However, if you love them now, you feel like I've loved them forever. Correct? Correct. I mean, you guys haven't been married before, but most people, their relationship now, they feel like that love is so deep that I feel like I've loved my spouse forever. So it had to have been love at first sight. Okay. So rule number 1, does love at first sight exist? No, it doesn't. I want you guys to write this down. If you want to, it's up to you. But this is an important point. Why is it so important? What if I went through my life trying to get married and I believed that the way that it happens is that it's going to be love at first sight? What's going to happen to me in reality? You're never going to get married. Number 1. Or worse, what's going to happen? If I follow what Ahmed said.
You're gonna love too many people.
You're going to fall in love with everybody that you find attractive. And you're going to confuse your attraction for love. And you're going to be like, what the heck is going on? And then you're going to be disappointed because it's going to be very superficial. It is going to be superficial. Looks aren't everything. In fact, they're just a part of the puzzle. If you get married based on looks alone, I'm sorry. You're going to be disappointed. And you guys already know this. I don't have to even explain this, right? Islamic studies teachers, your own parents will tell you. You can't be superficial when choosing. And so if you're going based upon attraction alone, you're going to be disappointed. Tayyib, that's very good. What's the other trope? She said love at first sight, and we mentioned another trope of rom-coms.
Everything's happy.
Happily ever after. You get married, all your problems are going to be solved. Is that true? You get married, you're going to be happy forever. It's not true? Then why do we promote it? Why do we teach it? You guys know what this is called, by the way? It's a known phenomenon. It has a name. Anybody know what it's called? So it also exists, by the way, not just in marriage. A person might say, as soon as I graduate, everything's going to be fine. As soon as I get this one good job, everything's going to be fine. As soon as I get my promotion, everything's going to be fine. As soon as I buy this house, everything's going to be fine. But guess what? Every single time, what happens? Like he gets the job and then he's like, oh, I have new problems now. I have this boss I have to deal with, coworkers. The job has its own challenges. I get the promotion. It's good. It might solve some problems, but it brings in a set of new ones. A person might think, if I just have a kid, I'll be fine. And they get the kid, and then it introduces a new set of problems. A person might say, if I move to this other city, I don't like where I live right now. As soon as we move to this other city, all of our problems are solved. And then they move, and what happens? More problems. New problems. Yeah, it might solve one aspect that you were looking for, but it's going to introduce so many others. What do we call this? It's called the arrival fallacy. You guys can look it up. Okay, it's called the arrival fallacy, meaning that I believe when I arrive at a certain destination or when I get what it is that I pursue, I'm going to be fine. And in fact, this doesn't happen. It doesn't exist. Does anybody know Robert Zemeckis? Nobody? I'm the only film buff here. No, I'm just kidding. He's a director. He did Back to the Future, Forrest Gump, a bunch of others. Even recently he did, there's a movie that I actually really like with Denzel Washington. Was it Flight? Or it's about the pilot where he drinks on the job. He's a brilliant pilot. Anyways, you guys know what I'm talking about? Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Forgot the name of it. Robert Zemeckis, 1994, makes Forrest Gump. Who's here? Who here has seen Forrest Gump?
I haven't seen it, but I know what it is.
You know what it is? You've seen it? So when I was a kid, 6 or 7 years old, I was 8 years old. My mom takes me to an audition. I don't know why. My mom thought I had acting chops. And so I go My dad, of course, he's like, oh, whatever. I go to this audition, and they have me read the lines. I read them, perfect as I go. And then that summer, our family, we went to Gaza for the summer vacation. So I'm in Gaza. My dad, so my mom actually went. My dad stayed in the States. My dad gets a phone call. And he's like, can we speak to Anwar Arafat? Is he available? My dad is like, who are you? You're asking, that's my son. Like, yeah, he did an audition for us. We want to bring him into LA, blah, blah, blah. And my dad is like, no, he is overseas. He's not this. What is this for? And they were like, it's for a movie. You know, it's called da 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 da.
No.
And so when my dad called, when my dad, you know, let my mom know, he's like, I don't know, some forest, something that they wanted.
No way.
Yeah, it's a true story. But not that I got the role. They just wanted for an extra step of, yeah, extra. I have pictures of when I was 8 years old, and I look exactly like the kid that they actually did for one of the roles. If you've seen Forrest Gump. But anyways, so alhamdulillah, it didn't happen, by the way. I'm happy it didn't happen. If it did, man, those child actors,
No.
you look at how they end up, you're like, oh, it's terrible. So Allah protected me. He sent me to Gaza. That way I don't have to go through all of that. So going back, Forrest Gump, the guy makes it, Robert Zemeckis. What happens to Forrest Gump? It wins the Oscar that year. It makes a ton of money, wins the Oscar. The guy is happy, jubilant. And then what happens to Robert Zemeckis? He himself, he had an interview with it. He goes into severe depression for 2 years. 2 years. He doesn't make a single movie, doesn't write a single line of script, does nothing. Goes into severe depression. Why?
Oh,
What do you guys think?
he hit the height of his career.
And then
He went down.
he's like, what's next?
Yeah.
I got what I wanted, but it didn't really give me what I wanted. Right? What is he looking for? He's looking for content. And he didn't find it. Yeah, he accomplished a lot. He got it. He had that arrival fallacy mentality. If I just succeed, I win the Oscar, I make the best movie, I do this, then I'm set. And once he got it, he's like, what the heck is this? A lot of newlywed couples go through the same problem. A ton. They get married and then they're like, this is it? This is marriage? Really? Like, what the heck? Like, okay, some parts are nice, but after a year, they'll tell you, like, the first year, so this always bothers me, by the way. When they tell you, I've heard this, people give this advice, the first year is always the hardest. What? It shouldn't be the hardest. It should be the easiest. Why is it the hardest on some people? And why is it the best for some people? What do you guys think? A lot of it has to do with this arrival fallacy. Yeah. What are my expectations? What do I think is going to happen when I get married? So what do you guys think is going to happen when you get married? It's going to be all roses and wonderful and hearts and always, floating around above everybody's head. What's going to happen? You guys understand what I'm saying here? What I'm asking? So arrival fallacy tells us that it's not happily ever after. It's hard work ever after. Always. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي كَبَدٍ. What does that mean? This is from Surah Al-Balad. You guys know Surah Al-Balad? Who has it memorized? Yeah. Juz' Amma, people usually do. There's that verse. Allah swears by Al-Balad. وَوَالِدٍ وَمَا وَلَدٍ. To say what? To say this. So this is what we call in Arabic Jawab al-Qasam. Tafsir, it's Jawab al-Qasam, meaning Allah swears by those things to say the following. So it's important. So we go 1, we go 2, and we're here. Okay? What is لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي كَبَدٍ? We have created human being, al-insan, right? The human being in kabad. What's kabad? Huh?
Hardship.
Not hardship. Right? Hardship is like usr. It's difficult. But kabad. What's kabad? Yukabid. A person هذا يكابد الليل والنهار. Also, for those who might understand Arabic, what's kibd?
Liver.
Liver.
So it's just like,
We created a human being in liver? No. What's your liver constantly doing?
something. Yes.
Yeah, does your liver stop?
No.
What happens if I take your liver out?
Your
Can you
body
live
falls
without your
apart.
liver? No, it's an essential, right? It's an essential organ.
So with the ayah, we created mankind in hardship and work. It's sort of
Work,
Yeah. It's just constantly working.
constantly working. Does the work ever stop? Does the worrying ever stop? Everybody worries. It's up to you what you're going to worry about. Remember we talked about this with the high school students. Everybody worries. Everybody has a worry. It's just what are you worrying about? What are you doing? Now, it might sound weird to say that you get to choose what you worry about. But it's not a straight line. Because what you worry about is what you busy yourself with, what's constantly on your mind, what you're exposed to, etc. So you have to make that choice. What are you busy with? But you're going to be busy. Everybody's busy. Doesn't matter what it is. People are like, oh, I love my job. It's my hobby. Yeah, but you're still busy with it. In fact, you're going to be worrying about it constantly. So the idea that you're in kabad, meaning you're always going to be working. So even after marriage, it's not like, I'm married and then I get to retire from any hard work or any worries. No, I got news for you, buddy. It's still hard work. Now it's only the difference is the work is different and the work is also more rewarding. It is. This is why we do get married. I'm not trying to discourage anybody from actually getting married. What I'm saying is it's still hard work, but the reward is going to be much more. This is why people gravitate towards it. They have that natural inclination. Okay, but it's still hard work. So there's no such thing as happily ever after. There is such thing as hard work ever after. Okay. What else? What's another trope? Only in the movies. What's another trope? Okay, let me ask you this. On the flyer it said how to find the perfect soulmate. Right? Who saw that? Who's coming here? Who here believes in the idea of a soulmate? Don't feel. I'm not judging. 1, 2. Kind of. Yes. Kind of. Yes. Kind of. No. You guys that are putting your hands down, no. Okay, so the people who say yes, anybody want to say why? Yes.
Part of it is because our spouse is maktub. It's already written for us. So in that sense, it's like, okay, this person is meant for you in one aspect or another.
So you're saying that because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has destined everything, it's from a perspective of destiny and aqidah that you believe that it is a soulmate from that perspective. Is that the definition of soulmate though in our context?
Probably not.
Right? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What do we mean by soulmate? Right, the person that is
the one
meant
for
for you. Yeah, the one and only, your true love, your one true love. Okay. Good. For the people who said no, anybody wanna say why you said no? Nobody wants to speak up. It's not that romantic to say I don't believe in a soulmate. Then why are you here? No, I'm just kidding. Does it exist? Does a soulmate exist? Yeah.
I believe in soulmates, but not in necessarily in a romantic sense. Like some friends, maybe you're really attached. I feel like maybe you recognize each other from before
Okay.
coming on Earth.
Okay. What are you talking about there? No. So there's a concept. There's a concept. Are you familiar with the concept that you're referring to?
I don't know the name of the concept, but I think there's a hadith that refers to it.
Yeah. What's the hadith?
I don't want to butcher it.
Go ahead.
I think.
So pause. Does anybody know what she's talking about?
Yeah.
Yes, a few people. Okay, so they'll help you out. Go ahead.
Help you out.
What's the hadith?
The hadith basically says that in the Arshihu, that two souls that know each other, in that life also knows each other in this life.
We'll gravitate towards each other.
Yeah.
Kind of. I'm looking for, what does the hadith say? By the way, this is one of the three things that Umar, radiallahu anhu, the Sahabi, wished that he asked the Prophet ﷺ about before he died. And when he expressed this, Ali ibn Abi Talib said, I actually asked the Prophet ﷺ about them, and this is what he said. So Ali actually had the answer for Umar, and Umar was so happy. He says, thank you for asking, and thank you for sharing. And the issue is, he says, why is it that you can meet somebody, you've never met them before, yet you feel like you've known them forever? And there's some people, you meet them for the first time and you're repulsed. You're like, I don't like this guy, but you have no reason to do that. He says, like Umar is acknowledging the idea, like, I haven't seen anything bad from this person. By the way, in modern psychology, they call this projection, meaning you meet somebody who reminds you of someone else, and because of your relationship with someone else, you project on this new person. From a spiritual point of view, from a Islamic point of view, it's a little deeper than that. Just to be aware, right? I don't want people to... What happens? So he says, Ali ibn Abi Talib, he says, I asked the Prophet about this specific issue, and he says, إِنَّ الْأَرْوَاحَ جُنْدٌ مُجَنَّدًا مَا تَعَرَفَ مِنْهَا ائْتَلَفَ وَمَا تَنَكَرَ مِنْهَا اخْتَلَفَ. This is the hadith. Arwah, the spirits, are jundun mujannada. They're like soldiers, but that they have characteristics that make certain spirits, certain souls closer in likeness than others. Meaning on the outside, we can't really define ourselves superficially, right? But the souls themselves do have characteristics that when a soul meets another soul that shares the same characteristics, they find that general closeness. And when they're very different in terms of makeup, they tend to repel each other. If that makes sense. Then there's some scholars like Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah, where he talks about how the souls, especially when we go to sleep, etc., meet, right? And they come back to their bodies, etc., etc. That's a discussion for another session. This is in his very good book called Kitab al-Ruh, where he talks about these issues of the soul. 20 questions about the soul. One of them is this idea of the soul's meeting. So you might see a dream of a person, and Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah holds the opinion that a lot of times, especially if there's nothing frightening or terrifying, or if the dream doesn't have the signs that it's from shaitan, he actually does hold the opinion that those souls actually did meet at night. And that's why you're remembering your dream is actually remembering that meeting, and it can happen even with deceased people. So many of the righteous predecessors would see dreams of their deceased relatives or a brother or whatever, and then you ask them questions, what happened to you, and this is what happened to me, etc. Just to be clear, right? So the idea, now, can we, from all of this, what I just explained, extrapolate the idea that there's a soulmate?
Not in the singular.
Not in the singular. Is that disappointing? For the romantic idea of like a soulmate. It could be. Right? Imagine telling your future wife, you're like, you're one of many soulmates. She's not going to like it. Right? I find your soul, generally whatever. It's not as romantic as you are my soulmate. Singular obviously is much better. Right? However, there is this notion that the souls generally, when they meet each other and there's similarities, etc., that they do bond. The problem with believing in the soulmate idea is what? What are potential problems? What do you guys can think of? Yeah.
Kind of like stick on to a relationship that's not working out.
You might what?
You might like cling on to a relationship that's not meant to be. Like you might throw divorce out the window.
Because you think that they're soulmate?
Yeah.
But if it's not going well,
Then they're not soulmate.
then they're not your soulmate. So it actually has the opposite effect. Meaning, as soon as you run into difficulty, you're like, oh, this, I'm finding all these challenges. This person can't be my soulmate, and they'll leave. it actually makes divorce much more likelier. Clinging on to this idea of soulmate in the I'm talking about the classical romantic comedy sense. We don't stick out hardship because we believe part of the whole soulmate idea is that I believe that the person that I'm meant to be with is going to be easy. It's going to be like a breeze. It's going to be so easy to love them and so easy to be with them. And you won't actually stick it out when you run into difficulties. This is why there's this modern phenomenon of like ghosting with a lot of people. You guys know what that is?
Yeah.
It's terrible. No, it is. Aslan, it's wrong. And from a chivalry point of view, it's wrong. From a lot of Aslan, you shouldn't have been in a relationship anyways. Yeah, we're talking about people who date. But ghosting happens because one of the primary, when they interview people who do that, the primary reason is they said, you know, it was so difficult, they couldn't have been the person anyway, so whatever. And they just leave. And because people don't like confrontation, they don't want to confront them and explain to them, hey, you weren't my soulmate all along. Disappointing. So now, where do we get this idea of soulmate? Like if you ask a married couple, let's say they've been married for like 30 years. Is your spouse your soulmate? What do you think they're going to say? They're going to say yes. Generally speaking, they're going to say yes. I mean, if they've held out for that long and they're generally a happy couple, they're going to say, yes, this is my soulmate. Why? What's going on? Is there a soulmate or isn't there a soulmate? What's going on, guys?
They're content.
They're content.
That's their definition of soulmate.
Yeah.
Plus, what's their definition of soulmate? What is it?
Love.
Love, what kind of love?
Compatibility.
Compatibility.
Especially if it's been for a longer time.
Sure. So there's a lot we need to unpack. We're going to talk about compatibility. We are going to talk about compatibility. We're going to talk about love. That's the whole idea. But what do we mean by love? Okay. When is our break, Abu Muhammad? First break.
What is it? What is it?
We start at noon, right?
Mhm.
Do you guys want to go to like 50 minutes so that we don't...
That's okay with everyone.
Just for a break, just so you get a refresh. Because I know attention spans don't last more than like 50 minutes to an hour.
We started a little bit late too, so.
Yeah. Well, no, we start at 12. Yeah.
We started from-
That's what I was saying. Like to put it just at an hour. Anyway, let me know, Yanni. Whatever you guys decide, let me know.
All right.
So, because I want to know how long we have to like expand on certain points
Yeah,
and what
yeah.
points we can skip over.
He wants to know when the first week focus is.
When is the first
Yeah.
break?
First break, give me 1 second, let me just check.
No problem.
Lunch, that's fine.
So, the idea of soulmate, for many people in a happy relationship, it's been going on for a while. Now, a while here, it's not set in stone what a while is, but we're talking about a few years at least. Okay? Generally, they will tell you, yes, my spouse is my soulmate. But we just said, having that idea of a soulmate is wrong. So then, which one is it? Meaning it has pitfalls. If you believe in the idea of a soulmate, it has pitfalls. What's going on here? The idea is your soulmate is not your soulmate from the beginning. Your soulmate is something that you build up to. Okay, number one. This goes against the whole notion of modern dating culture, which is also very bad. And it, subhanAllah, never ceased to surprise me when you have even non-Muslims fighting against that culture. And in Muslims, it's a given, right? There's a courtship process. It's not dating. Courtship means you do everything up front. You're clear about your intentions. You're like, my intention, I want to eventually get married. Let's get the families involved. Everything is clear. There's no need to hide anything, right? If the person is serious, everything like this, that's the best way to go about it. And wallahi, you won't regret it. It'll be the best thing that you ever did. I'm telling you, I'm speaking from personal experience. I'm speaking from people that I've helped get married. I help people get married all the time. Literally just a few days ago, I almost, there was a guy who came to the masjid and he was upset, you know what I mean? A father, because, anyways, it's a long story. And he was ready to kill somebody. And I told him, hey, look, calm down, sit down. And he did, and he came out, he hugged me at the very end. He's like, I apologize. Okay? The idea is, everything is up front. Everything is clear. There's no need to hide. Wallah, if you know that they're a good person, there's compatibility, there's all these other things. And if it doesn't work out, you're happy. You know why? Because you know that when it does work out, it's going to be the best. If it didn't work out and you prayed istikhara, you know that it wasn't for you anyways. You shouldn't be upset. I got 7 rejections before I got one to say yes. I'm talking personally, right? And I say alhamdulillah for each and every one of those rejections. Not only because it led me to, you know, my wife that I've been married to now for 11 years, alhamdulillah, but also because I see some of the ones that I wanted and then rejected me. I'm like, oh, alhamdulillah, I dodged a bullet there. Right? So, and it wasn't maybe them who rejected me. Sometimes it's the parents, sometimes it's circumstance, whatever it is. You know, rejections happen for different reasons. But you say, alhamdulillah, when things work out for what you want and when they don't work out, if you're praying istikhara, you're doing everything right. Okay? So the idea of soulmate is something that you really have to build up to. Okay, you do. Now, the fact that it's called soulmate indicates that it's a deeper level of love. You guys know love is in phases, right? What's the first phase?
Infatuation.
Who said it?
Infatuation.
Infatuation. They call this the passionate love, the infatuation phase. And miskeen, many people confuse that for the next phase, which is what? Once the relationship starts to settle down, that flame of infatuation calms down a little bit. Doesn't go out, calms down a little bit. What's that deeper phase? It's compassionate love. So we go from passionate love to compassionate love. And compassionate love is deeper, is more meaningful, and is actually more rewarding. Plus, compassionate love gives you the opportunity to turn up the heat when you need to. Okay? And you can turn it down when it doesn't. It doesn't mean that the flame completely goes out. Okay? And in fact, it makes the flame more meaningful and deeper. And this is why people that are married, I mean, there's people that are married that are miserable. There's people that are married that are very happy and whatnot. And obviously, this is what we're talking about. Does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mention this? Yes, He does. What does He say? In the verse that we quote almost every wedding. You guys know it. Surah Al-Rum. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ أَنْ خَلَقَ لَكُم مِّنْ أَنفُسِكُمْ أَزْوَاجًا لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهَا وَجَعَلَ بَيْنَكُم مَّوَدَّةً وَرَحْمَةً. And He created between you, this is the part that we need, mawadda and rahma. What's mawadda? That intense love. It's not hub, it's even deeper, right? Or even more intense, I should say, mawadda. Mawadda is that infatuation phase, that passionate love. And rahma, what's rahma? Mercy. But here it's in the context of love, so it's that compassionate love. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is acknowledging the 2 phases. Guess what happens to a lot of people, especially within the dating culture? What happens to them? They chase the passionate love. And they never receive compassionate love. They never find it. And they go from one passion to another. This is why you find like the average person dates for how long these days? If they even date anymore. A lot of it's just hook up and then they're gone. Couple months, yeah, 1 to 3 years. 1 to 3 years is very generous. A lot of really, no, I'm serious. It's just a few months and then he moves on. And it actually is a few months. Why? Because the passionate mawadda phase lasts. Once it starts, sometimes it only goes for a month, 2 months. At a maximum, studies have shown that it lasts 6 months. After 6 months, it dies down. And what happens is, if they haven't, during that phase, the foundations of compassionate love, by the time the flame ends, the whole thing ends as well, because they don't have the foundations of compassionate love. Compassionate love is very deeper. This is where there's a lot of mercy going on. There's a lot of forgiving going on. There's a lot of back and forth. There's those attachments, etc., etc. I used to work at FedEx. You guys know FedEx, right? When I was in college, I worked at FedEx. And it was in the warehouse. I would work from midnight to 5 a.m. It was terrible. And we would be unloading boxes from trailers. So from midnight to 5 a.m., I'm just unloading. Obviously, I wasn't born as an imam, just so that you guys know. You know what I mean? I worked at Taco Bell. I've worked unloading trailers. I did tech support over the phone for Dell. I worked for Apple at one point. I did TV repairs in people's homes. That was interesting. So I've had a lot of different. We'd go in and there's a dog, and I'm like, oh no. Like, man, can you please take your dog outside or in the other room? I need to work. And
That was her husband.
yeah, her husband, the kid, whoever. And then I'm like, I need to move the TV out, and you pull the TV out, and there's mashallah surprises behind the TV waiting for you. It was very interesting. So, anyways, what I'm saying, going back, I'm working with Brad. That's his real name. You guys won't find him. That's like the most generic white name that you can find. We would be unloading trailers together. So you get to know him. You know what I mean? You're unloading. You're just throwing boxes out. By the way, we throw boxes all the time at FedEx. Don't worry. But they're packaged really well. So, they're not, we don't break anything. And if they do, there's insurance. So don't worry about it. So our goal was to just get the boxes out of there. So we're throwing boxes out. And you get to talk to these people. So he's talking to me. He's like, Anwar, can I ask you a question? I'm like, yeah. So he's like, this is Islam, everything they're telling me, it's great. But like, what do you guys believe about like premarital relationships? Now he's coming, Brad, this is in Utah. So Brad comes from a Mormon family, but he's not a practicing Mormon at all. And he's like, is it like Mormons where like it's frowned upon, et cetera, et cetera? I'm like, yeah, we don't, it's zina, it's haram. And I explained to him, he's like, wow. Brad was like 25 at the time. I'm still like 19, 20 years old. He's like, I'm jealous of you. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah. I know this won't make sense to you a lot, but he's like, I'm jealous of you because you held out. Because he knew, he asked me, do you have a girlfriend now? I'm like, no. He's like, did you ever have one? I'm like, no. He's like, I'm jealous of you. By the way, because of this, my white grandmother thought I was gay for the longest time. So, and I would explain to her, and in her mind, she just can't imagine that. She's like, why would you hold yourself anyways? Why not just enjoy life? So, and I would explain to her and stuff, and now she sees it because her grandkids, me and my siblings, who lived, inshallah, a good life, and according to Islamic teachings, were so much better than her grandchildren that didn't. They're, you know what I mean? Like drugs, problems, jail, you name it. Suicide, it exists in my family, on that side. Depression, everybody's on medication, it's terrible. And the idea is, if you live it, yeah, it's going to be a little difficult now, but there's going to be long-term reward, long-term ease. And this is, wallah, life is always like this. You sacrifice a little bit now for a lifetime of ease. This is why religion is ease. Islam is ease, right? It's not meant to be difficult. Whereas for them, they prioritize short-term. I'm going to short-term enjoy myself, but then I'm going to pay the price for the rest of my life. That's going to be terrible. And you're going to look at each other at the same age, and you're going to be like, man, what happened to you? And it's like, how did you do that? You know what I mean? How did you accomplish so much? You have kids, you have a stable life. It's uncommon for a lot of people, for a lot of families. Okay? So anyways, where was I going? Brad. He's like, I'm jealous of you. I'm like, what? He's like, man, I can't tell you how many girlfriends I've had over the years. I can't. He's like, I lost count. He's like, I think it was like, last time I checked, it was over 20. MashaAllah. That's not a MashaAllah moment. I was like, are you serious? But I'm like, you're jealous of me? I was like, okay, so pause. Usually, people would be jealous of you. You've been with that many women, etc. It seems glorified, right? In fact, Hollywood glorifies it, music glorifies it. Our whole culture here in America glorifies that idea. And he's like, no, man, it's terrible. It's so bad. He's like, I can't be in a relationship for more than a few months. I get bored. I see flaws immediately. I'm constantly comparing each new girl with the girl that I knew before. I'm like, Tiffany was, she had better pancakes or whatever. Kimberly, was a better cook. Stephanie was, better this. Whatever it is, he's constantly in his mind. And then he's regretting not all of them. They broke up with him. He broke up with them. He was bored. They broke up with him. He's like, my heart has been broken so many times that I feel like I'm incapable of love anymore. This is actually true. people, broken people, find it very difficult to love. Why? Because their heart is shielding itself from being vulnerable ever again in order for it to not feel that pain. So to protect people from the pain, they tend to withhold love as well. And so he himself, he knows it. And I'm like, man, the fact that you know all this at 25, that's impressive. Well, I was close to taking his shahada, but my da'wah skills weren't that good at 20 years old. May Allah still guide him. I don't know if there's a lot of Mormons that actually are gravitating towards Islam and they take their shahada regularly. Alhamdulillah. So going back, the heart, wallah, I believe this. So a lot of times we're taught that one of the reasons why you don't have a relationship before marriage is to avoid zina, correct? This is not entirely true. A bigger part is that the most valuable thing that you have is your heart. It is. And if your heart gets attached to a person who can just wake up and text you and be like, hey, I think we should break up, goodbye, or even ghost you, like I said, is even worse these days. And you put your heart out there, you're attached to the person, you love them, you think you love them, or the person thinks that they love you, and then that's gone. That's heartbreak. And imagine these people, like he's just one example. How many times have they gone through heartbreak? What do you think happens to that heart that's been broken so many times? There's only so many times we can mend it. It can be fixed. I believe that there's nothing that can't be fixed. I used to fix TVs. Right? When people would find out, they'd come to my office at the masjid, and they'd be like, Sheikh, I heard you used to be able to fix iPhones and computers and stuff. Because I did work at Apple. And I'm like, uh-huh. So he came there for his marriage, and then he walks out with a good iPhone as well. You get a 2-in-1. So I am a believer that things can be fixed. I'm not a believer in this whole use it and then dump it. In American culture, it's a little broken, just throw it away, buy a new one. I actually don't like that culture. I'm a firm believer that there's not anything that can't be fixed, which is why my garage is full of stuff that needs to be fixed that I haven't had time to fix. But I know that I can. If I really one time I had my kids, I had a TV and it needed a backlight. So I had my kids help me. We took it apart. They put in the backlight and everything like this. And then I had a rookie mistake. I carried the panel for the TV with my bare hands instead of putting it on a sheet. And it broke like an eggshell. Like that. The panel is 70% of the cost of the TV, the inside, the LCD panel. Everything else was work. I was like, I put it back together. I turned it on. I'm like, at least the backlight works. What I originally set out to fix.
So you got a good backlight, but then
yeah, I got the kids. Everybody, we high five, alhamdulillah, and then we just had to throw it away. But at least we got goal accomplished, right? So stuff like this. With regards to a person's heart, wallahi, since it's the most valuable thing that we have, it is the most valuable thing that we have, we shouldn't put it out there to just be hurt by somebody in a moment of foolishness. We can't. Well, I'm telling you, if there's anything that you take from today, take this. Don't mess with your heart or other people's hearts. It's very dangerous. Because heartbreak, wallahi, people carry that trauma for a very long time. It is traumatic for a lot of people. And especially if it's done in an illicit relationship, where even the family doesn't know about it, or friends don't know about it, that person has to suffer in silence. They do. They don't have a lot of help and support through it. And it's very terrible. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He mends people's hearts and guides us to that which is best, inshallah. So because of this, Islam protects people's hearts by encouraging people and requiring them really to do things the right way. You can't get heartbroken if you do things the right way. Why? Everything is out in the open. You have a support system. You won't get too attached beforehand. And when the attachment phase starts, it's that passionate love. And you can build that compassionate foundation as well. Remember, we need those two types of loves. The passionate love in the beginning is going to be really high. But as it's high, it's meant to be that high in order for that compassionate love to catch up. And that compassionate love catches up and eventually eclipses it. And it's the most beautiful thing. And once that compassionate love sets in, you feel like your soul is attached to their soul. This is where that idea of soulmate comes in. Because that compassionate love settles in, and then you feel like I'm inseparable from this person. I can't live without them. And people say this all the time, and guess what? It is actually real. It's very true. But that's only when we do things the right way. Now, what if we didn't start out on the right foot? Can we fix it? Yes. But it's going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy. If you start out right from the get-go, well, it'll be right going forward. I'm not saying that if it starts out wrong, it can't be fixed. It can. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. So. Good? Any questions right now? I hope nothing was too disappointing. I didn't break anybody's expectations. Yeah, go ahead.
Did we go into enough detail of compatibility, or we do that?
No, we're coming to compatibility. Yeah. We haven't talked about compatibility at all. I have it. I have compatibility. We'll talk about it. We're going to talk about love. What does it mean? Talk about compatibility. We're going to talk about expectations, intentions, conflict resolution, how we behave with each other, etc. We'll still have a few steps to go. Any questions on this so far? Good? Okay. Should we take a 5-minute break? What was the?
If you want to, we can take a 5-minute break, but we'll be back in 10 minutes for lunch.
Oh, lunch is in 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, khalas. Let's just hang out. Let's just continue. We'll press on for the next 10 minutes. Are you guys okay?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about expectations. So I do at our masjid. I got in trouble when I first instituted this. This is like 2015 at the masjid in Memphis. I said nobody's going to get married at our masjid unless they go through a premarital workshop.
You got in trouble for that?
I did. You would think that this is the most basic idea. So many people wanted us to be a drive-through for marriage. Yeah, wallah. Oh, brother, I've gotten people that called me. They're like, Sheikh, I have the girl right here with me. Can we do the aqd over FaceTime? I'm in the car. It's 10:45 p.m. I looked at him and I'm like, brother, this might sound a little harsh. We're going to have to wait until tomorrow. You come into my office. And we're going to do. He's like, Sheikh, it's really bad. I said, I can't help you with that. He's like, you want me to commit haram? I said, no, of course I don't. You're the one who got yourself into that position. I didn't. Marriage is not a drive-through. And if we treat it as a drive-through, then our divorces are going to be drive-throughs as well. Whatever you do, it's on you, buddy. So yeah, he didn't show. I never saw him again. Yeah,
That's not good.
no. I mean, I did see him, but I didn't see him for the marriage. He went to another masjid. I don't know. Talked to another imam. That's not how we do it. We do premarital counseling, just 1 hour. That first year, wallahi, I'm telling people, it's free. You don't have to pay me. You don't have to pay the masjid. If you want to donate, that's fine. Just write a check or put money in the box. That's fine. You don't have to pay me. I'm doing this as a service to the community because when I got there were so many divorces going on. And during the divorce proceedings, us just helping them, walking them through things. I'm like, why did you guys get married to begin with? Who got you guys married? And it would be random, this sheikh, that masjid, this person. And sometimes I'm surprised. So I'd go to the sheikh, I'm like, Sheikh, kif jawaztum? How, like, what happened? Did you not see, like, there's red flags all over. And he's like, أنا ماليش دعوة. Some were like, it's not my problem. And as people who, our whole job is to help the community in any capacity, this is one of the primary ways.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is one of the primary ways, right? That we need to make sure the marriage is actually good. So one of the things that I do that a lot of people don't know that I'm doing is reading for red flags. during a premarital counseling. And in some cases, I'm like, maybe you guys need to figure things out. I've gotten in trouble. And I'm so happy I did. Right? Protecting the people that are involved. Wallah, I had a couple, this is right before the pandemic. A guy comes in with the girl, she's not Muslim. But he's talked to her about Islam and all these things. And he was telling me before he was introducing the idea, he's like, she's not ready to convert yet, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, I can talk to her. Let's see, where she's at. I talked to her about Islam just within that first few minutes. And then she was super open to the idea. We were having an exhibit at Jesus. We have an IRA exhibit. It's called Jesus in Islam. And we do this exhibit. We invite a lot of non-Muslims to initiate a conversation about Isa alayhi salam and his life. And it does help. So this lady came back. She saw the Jesus exhibit. We talked to her for a little bit. She took her shahada. Guess who was upset that she took her shahada?
The dude.
The potential husband. The guy who wants to marry her. Everybody's confused, right? You're like, what the heck? Why wouldn't he want her to accept Islam? When they came into my office, I was talking to them. I asked them, okay, so like you guys are wanting to get married, he's like, yeah. So I said, when is the wedding? She looked at me and she's like, wedding? Muhammad, I'm using, that's not his real name. Muhammad here said, there's no wedding in Islam. Red flag. I was like, okay, what do you mean by wedding here? Like if you're talking about dancing, intermixing, etc. But I mean, the women can dance on their own, not yet. So I was a little confused. Okay, that's the first red flag. I'm like, no, you can. It just has to follow Islamic guidelines. It's not like Islam is against fun. So, okay. What are you guys' plans afterwards, et cetera, et cetera? All these things are coming up. And after she took her shahada, he came and he was upset. Why did you take her shahada? She's not ready. Like she's the one who wanted to take her shahada. She wanted to become Muslim. He started preventing her from coming to the masjid. He didn't want her to learn about Islam. And it turned out that he was just trying to take advantage of her. It was a green card marriage. He just wanted it to be quick and he didn't want to actually be a long-term relationship. And she was under the impression that he loved her, wanted her for who she is. But we had to uncover this. It's not clear up front. You ask questions. So I told her, I'm like, look, I'm just going to be honest. I'm giving you advice that I would give to any Muslim sister. You know what I mean? Maybe this isn't the right thing for you. He is livid. Yeah, you're trying to ruin this, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to stay in this country. I'm trying to figure out my life. I'm trying to do this. I don't care what you're trying to do. You can figure out how to do that without ruining someone else's life. Because what do you think is going to happen as soon as he gets his green card? Of course. And is that not a thing? That happens all the time. We see it. Wallah, the other day, this is same thing. There was a lady, she's a convert, same thing. She came in to the office. Someone else had gotten her married, but we were there to try to do couples, they've been married now for like 6-7 years. And it turns out his whole thing was to just get the green card and book it. Of course, this came out later. But during like the marital counseling that we were trying to do between them, he's pretending to be like, oh, it's her fault. And she's like, look, I've done everything I can. She really loved him. But he had no interest in staying. I know I'm putting a lot of blame on the guys, but I'm just saying part of the thing is to see these red flags. Yeah.
Isn't it haram or just like at least very highly discouraged to go into a marriage intending for it to last a certain amount of time or just until this time and then divorce?
What do you guys think about what he said?
Isn't a marriage like this is supposed to last for a lifetime and then but if it doesn't work out, then divorce is possible, but you don't go into a marriage intending with divorce.
الزواج بنية الطلاق. That's what it's called. There's a whole chapter in the books of fiqh about marriage with the intention to divorce. Is it allowed in Islam?
No, I think it's fine.
It's haram. Even if the intention is never specified in the contract, it's still haram, as many scholars have pointed out. الزواج بنية الطلاق. Meaning you go in to a marriage intending on divorcing, that's your plan. It's terrible. And people do it. On the opposite side, I had a sister, she's in her 40s. She has kids from a previous marriage, okay? She got divorced, but she's now on her own, independent. Her kids are a little older. I think like the oldest was in high school, middle school. She has her own business, okay? Very well. She comes into my office. This is right before the pandemic. She comes into my office and she's like, Sheikh, I need help. I think I'm gonna get a divorce. Okay, I'm sorry. Who helped you get married? She said, oh, we got married at this, other masjid. Unfortunately, that other masjid, it's a drive-through in terms of marriage. And they don't care who you are because they'll just come in, sign the papers, and they'll never see them again. I was like, okay. So why didn't you go back there? I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to, for them, because I told them they need, alhamdulillah, now, I'll tell you now, since we brought Sheikh Yasser Fazaga, he's fixed it. He talked to them, he's like, yeah, no, we're not doing it this way. So, but for a while they treated it as a drive-through. So I said, why don't you go back there? Oh, we tried, they can't help us. Oh, they can help you get married. So what's going on? Tell me what's going on. Wallahi, just within the first 5 to 10 minutes, I saw at least 7 red flags. 7. And I'm like, sister, did you not see these things while you were trying to get married? And she said, no. I'm like, why didn't you have anybody help you? It could even be a family. Like, who was your wali? I asked her, who was your wali? She's like, I thought that I didn't need one. By the way, this is one of the best ideas why a wali is needed. A lot of sisters don't like the idea of a guardian. I know. #feminism. And I understand it. No, wallah, I do. Because a lot of fathers and brothers and uncles abuse that idea of being a wali. But it's actually there to help. And a lot of these guys have done a really terrible job, and I know that. But it does help. And I asked this sister, she's 45, so she thinks I should be fine. The thing is, we put on love goggles. You guys know what those are, right? I put on love goggles, and it changes reality. Everything, because I feel like I love them. And in fact, it's the infatuation period. It's not really the compassionate love, it's that passion. And because Maskina, she has been so long without love, she only sees everything is perfect. This guy is absolutely amazing. There's a lot of texting going on, which I never recommend, especially when you're starting out a relationship. You guys know why that is?
False interpretation.
False interpretation. Your mind is filling in the gaps, right? Communication.
You can be whoever you want.
Not only that, but you are whoever you are in their mind, not whoever you are in reality. 70% of our communication is through our body language, right? You guys have heard this before. 70% is through your facial expressions, your hands, your gestures, the way you carry yourself.
Tone of voice matters in communication.
23% is tone, 7% is content. What you actually say. Wallah, no, I did this experiment. I used to do this with my students all the time. You know what I mean? Where I tell them in a very nice voice, I'm like, hey guys, don't worry, everybody's going to fail the class. It's fine. And people are like, what? Wait. They're confused. Why? Because my tone. But I mean, I'm like, everybody here is going to get an A, okay? Wait, what? Why are you upset? It confuses people. Okay? Tone of voice, body language, all those things ruin.
So texting takes away 93% of it.
Texting takes away 90, whatever percent. Let's just say round it up 90%. So what happens is you still need that filler, so your mind fills it. Your mind fills up that 90%. So what happens, especially if you put love goggles on, everything they say is perfect. Oh, I'm texting this guy, amazing guy. And he could be the worst person in the planet. And a lot of times he is. There's a reason why he doesn't want to meet you in person. There's a reason why he doesn't want to call you. No, I'm serious. At least a phone call. At least see them in person. Come and talk to my family. If he's too scared to talk to your family, he's not the guy. I ask young guys all the time. I got to call Sheikh. There's this girl that I like, etc., etc. Okay, very good. Have you talked to her family? No. I don't feel like I'm ready for it. It's too scary. I'm intimidated. Blah blah blah. I'm like, look, I'm gonna be straight with you. Unless you feel man enough. I'm using this word, for the men. right? To go and face any obstacle to get her, she's not the one. You don't like her enough. You have to like her enough that you're willing to do whatever it takes to get her. I don't care who you have to talk to. I don't care what mountain you have to climb. I don't care how long you have to walk out in the desert sun. These are metaphors, of course. But I'm saying, if you're not willing to do those steps, then maybe you don't like her enough, or maybe she's not the one. So either ignore your feelings or go man up and do what's necessary. That's it. And a lot of guys are like, okay, who do I need to talk to? Her dad. Okay, I'll go and talk to him. I'm like, great. And some are like, okay, thank you for the advice. I know that he's going to call it off. You guys understand what I'm saying? So yeah, that's the basic idea. Texting, talk to them in person. Where were we going with that? I got a little distracted. I got a little lost.
Marriage with the intention of divorce, and then we said,
Yeah.
You're talking about the woman that's like 45 years old.
Oh, the
Yeah.
woman. I didn't tell you about the woman. Yes. So the lady, Maskeen, wallah, I felt so bad for her. I'm like, sister, wallah, just in your story for the last 10 minutes, I counted 7 red flags. 7. Okay. And why didn't you see these? She's like, I didn't see them. Like now, she's like, now, wallah, she's in tears. She's crying. She's like, now I know that those are red flags. But at the time, I was willing to ignore them for the sake of marriage. She was so desperate, Maskina, for marriage. And she had those love goggles on. And the guy was saying everything perfectly. Khalas. Even though there's those red flags there. And I'm like, why did your brother? The Maskina, and the problem is her brother, she has a rivalry with her brother's wife. So she doesn't want her brother to know in order for his wife not to know. So she's going to talk to him. And then her father's back home. She's here by her. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of these. She has her kids. She's like, I'm an adult. I have my own business. Like think about that. She's very successful in her business. It's going great. She's thriving. She didn't see these red flags. And I'm like, sister, you should have talked to somebody in the community that you trust, that you look up to. It could even be the imam. You know, we have a bunch of imams here that are actually very well capable. Wallahi, just if they just met with the guy for 5 minutes, they would have told her this is not good. There's too many red flags. She didn't get that advice. So sisters, if you don't have a guardian, get a guardian that you trust. Have them take a second look. A second opinion never hurt. Wallah, all you have to do, I'm telling you, one of the easiest things to do, don't even look at the person. Look at their friends. We almost never evaluate the person, you can talk to him if he's good. He'll be able to give you all the right answers. But just look at their friends. Because if you show me your friends, I know who you are. Show me your friends, I know who you are. Okay? Any questions? Do we have any questions online?
How does a guy get to judge? Like, the girls have the wali, but how does the guy get to know that she's the one?
Same thing. You can ask friends, colleagues, coworkers. You should. He's never disappointed. He who istashar, he consults. You need consultation, and you do the istikhara. Doesn't work out? Alhamdulillah. And obviously, sisters, same thing. Find out about them. People too many times put up false personas. You know what I mean? Images that are not reflective of reality, etc. I mean, we all do that. You know what I mean? Our public self a lot of times is very different than our private self. But at the same time, there's things that are very easy to find out. Like I said, friends, social media, these are easy giveaways. Any questions before lunch is ready?
So the pizza's on the way, but we can break for lunch.
Oh, okay. No. If the pizza, we can wait until the pizza's here. Questions? Anybody with questions? By the way, the sister, she got a divorce. Right then and there. It was quick. They were married for like less than 6 months. I think the actual time that they spent together was less than 3. Because the last 3, he wasn't even there. He didn't even live with her. And she felt like, oh, that's fine. He said that he needs to live with his buddy, so that's fine. I'm like, in what world, like, are you thinking like that's normal? That's what couples go through? She She's like, I'm sorry, I just was trying to do whatever it took to keep him. I'm like, you don't have him because he's literally living with roommates. Like, imagine a guy who says to his wife, I'd rather live with roommates than with you. In what world does that make sense? Make it make sense. It doesn't, yani, I'm like, how did you, well, people settle for like, I don't know, yani. And I understand she's coming from a place of desperation, Miskina, but that's, you can find somebody.
Oh, the boys.
Something, I don't know. Not even. They weren't even from the same background. English, they were using English to communicate, and English is both of their second languages. And his English was really terrible compared to hers. And I'm just like,
So there's barely any communication going on.
hey, sometimes that's good. No, yeah, go ahead.
So what are your thoughts on like, I know a lot of us are young, so and like, I guess most people want to do things the right way, obviously. So like on a long engagement period.
When a long engagement period?
Yeah, so someone says to me, my brother, he wanted to get married young and obviously did things the right way, but at 19. Comes another married now, he's like 23 or 4 or whatever. And but they have like a long engagement period. So I just want to know like pros and cons, what you think is best.
What do you guys think? Long engagement period.
Not good.
Not good?
It's hard to keep a halal for a guy.
It's hard to keep
I mean,
it halal.
like engagement, I guess it's,
Were they married?
they were nikah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, but even then.
Yeah, that's what my thoughts are.
Even then. Okay, the nikah makes it so that they can be alone together, et cetera, et cetera. But what type of relationship are you building during those years? Because remember, as soon as they live together, the dynamic changes. You go from living in one way. There's so many people that as soon as they move in together, everything changes. What happens? The dynamic has changed. But if you set the dynamic from the get-go, it's much easier to settle into than when you start out a certain way. But I want to hear your guys' thoughts. Yeah.
I just wanted to add a comment and then a question.
Yeah.
Like nikah is one of the most life happenings in front of us, and on the divorce is one of the most disliked happenings. And that is why Islam gives you a lot of flexibility to explore your options before nikah. And it is highly not recommended that like something like divorce happens.
Yeah.
So like it's up to you that you have to choose wisely. My question is like if you find the soulmate and everything is so perfect, of course everyone has some flaws and there are some personality flaws, but you have been under a lot of debts from your family, and like they have they help you grew up, they help you make everything whatever you are today, but they are not accepting your partner. Like it doesn't matter if it's a female or male. So what does Islam say about it? In the girl's case, of course, it's the wali's choice, and it's recommended that she has wali. But what about if the wali is ready, but not the rest of the people? And for the guy, the whole family is not accepting the partner. So at one point, he has all the he has a lot of weight on his shoulders that towards his family, and he's very concerned about that. And on the other hand, he has found a partner, the right soul. So what is Islam?
So there's a lot to unpack in your question. That's not an easy question to answer. Okay, there's a lot going on here. So I'll start from the back. So what does Islam think about this? Right? I don't know who Islam is as a person, but I can tell you what I think. Because when we say, and I'm just saying this for everybody to learn inshallah ta'ala from, when we say, what does Islam say about anything? Islam, as a religion, right, has things that we find in the Quran and the Sunnah. But even then, they're interpreted. In fact, every reading that we do of the Quran or the Sunnah goes through an interpretation, whether we realize it or not. Like there was a woman who came, she had an issue of divorce. She comes to the Shaykh. This is back in the day. So this is hundreds of years ago in Islamic history. She comes to the Shaykh, and this might sound a little strange, but I'll show you where we're going with this. She comes to the Sheikh and she says, "Yeah, Sheikh, I have this issue with my divorce, blah, blah, blah. What's the solution?" So he says, "If you want, I can tell you what Imam Shafi'i says. And if you want, I can tell you what the Quran and Sunnah says." Which one would you guys take?
All of them. I can
No. He says, which one do you want to follow? You have to follow only one. You can't follow both. Right? Makes sense, right? Quran and Sunnah. She says, "No, tell me, I'm going to follow what Imam Shafi'i says." He says, "What? You take Imam Shafi'i over the Quran and Sunnah?" She said, "No, I'm taking Imam Shafi'i over your interpretation, like Imam Shafi'i's interpretation of the Quran and Sunnah over your interpretation of the Quran and Sunnah."
Sunnah is also an interpretation. It is written by some person. It is not written by the Prophet himself.
Yeah, but it's reflective of what the Prophet said. Sure, like the way that it's arranged and the way that it's formulated, etc. That could be an argument. But anyway, we're not here to talk about like the Sunnah itself and how it's interpreted. So going back, the families, your job is not to please your family. This is my advice. You can try, but eventually you stay respectful, you stay courteous. You can't please them at all times. In fact, that shouldn't be a goal. And I know a lot of times we tend to be very cultural in this way to try to please our families as much as possible. But you can't always please them. You understand what I'm saying? Eventually, they're gonna have to succumb to reality. If you are doing what you're supposed to be doing, a lot of times we become confrontational, spiteful. We feel bad. It reflects in our, our behavior, et cetera. This is not the way to do it. When I got married, I told my wife that I wouldn't mention my marriage to my wife, but I'll just mention this one. So, some of you have met my wife, right? She is Somali. Okay, her family is. She grew up here in the States. And all these things. Obviously, my dad Palestinian, my wife, my mom is white. Initially, how do you guys think that was taken by the families? Yeah, it wasn't easy to sell, right? And initially, there was a lot of, they weren't really comfortable, et cetera. Now, I can tell you that they love my wife as much as, and sometimes even more than their own daughter, my parents. Even though initially there was a lot of like, wait, what? Why? And all these things, and you have to explain. But it's my decision, and they know that. Initially, they might not like it, they might not be 100% okay with it, but eventually they grow into it. And they'll be the first to tell you, yeah. But there's a process to go about it. If I'm blunt, if I'm like, you guys never appreciate anything that I do. You guys, how kids sometimes just like to blow up in the face of their parent. Don't do that. And if you're taking whatever flack from them, that's fine. In fact, remember the man that came to the Prophet ﷺ and he says, Ya Rasulullah, li qarabatun yaqta'unani wa asiluhum. I have, O Messenger of Allah, I have relatives. They cut me off, but I continue to reach out to them. And they hurt me, but I do good to them. And they disrespect me, and I'm respectful to them. None of us are aslan. I'm telling you, this is almost an impossible standard to do. And this is why the Prophet even doubted whether the person was actually truthful in what he said. When he told him, لَإِن كُنْتَ كَمَا قُلْتَ, meaning if you are as you say, which means he's almost doubting. Now he doesn't say explicitly, but he's almost doubting that this person is actually at that level. Where he's that good, because it's an impossible standard to hold. People literally are disrespecting, and we tend to fight fire with fire. We retaliate. We're spiteful. We can't do that. So he says, if you're like this, it's as if you're filling their mouths with sand, meaning they have no argument against you on the day of judgment. They have no excuse. You're going to be fine. You have all excuse over them. You continue doing what you believe is right. If they have legitimate reasons why they don't like the spouse, that's a different case. They say, hey, this guy used to be a drug addict or a drug dealer or whatever. Okay, maybe we can look into it. You guys understand what I'm saying? Or he used to do 1, 2, and 3 beforehand. We don't think he's the right fit. Okay, maybe. But if it's just over or whatever, we don't like him. Okay, that's very subjective. You don't have to like him. You're not marrying him. I am. Then it's a different case, right? And then going back, the idea that divorce is the most despised of the halal. Have you guys heard this before? أبغض الحلال عند الله الطلاق. Is this a hadith? Is it an ayah?
It's not an ayah.
It's not an ayah. Is it a hadith? You guys have heard it though before, right? A lot of people have heard it.
Yeah.
It's not a hadith either.
Is it quote by a scholar?
Yeah. Way later on, even fact. In fact, many other scholars replied to him and they said no. They said that's not the case. In fact, they said it could be sacrilegious to say that because Allah would never ordain something that He dislikes. لا يشرع الله ما يكره. Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah and others have said this. So why do we say this? Obviously that scholar is trying to discourage divorce. 100%. Yes. Now, however, when it's necessary, sometimes it's actually needed. Sometimes we recommend it. I'll tell you, I'll be the first to admit, in some cases I'm like, yes, divorce is okay. It's not the first step. We go through steps, reconciliation, we try to help, you know what I mean? We try to islah. Because this is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran. فَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ شِقَاقَ بَيْنِهِمَا فَبَعْثُوا حَكَمًا مِنْ أَهْلِهِ وَحَكَمًا مِنْ أَهْلِهَا. Surah An-Nisa. If you fear that they shall split, then send an arbiter from his side, an arbiter from her side. And then they meet and they discuss. Here's the complaints, here's the issues. Come solve. I got a phone call one time after Salat al-Asr. A guy blew up my phone. He's calling. I'm praying Asr at the masjid. I answer his call. I'm like, what's up? He's like, brother, you need to come to my house right now. He lives, luckily, alhamdulillah, like 4 minutes away from the masjid. I know the brother. What's going on? He's going to come to my house right now. What's going on? My wife loaded the car with our kids. She's backing out of the driveway. She wants to leave me. I'm literally right here behind the car. The only way that she can leave is by running me over, but I'm afraid she is going to run me over. True story. Are you serious? Please come now. Like, I'm begging, you know what I mean? Come. I had already met with them as a couple, right, just to discuss some of their problems, etc. But she reached a tipping point. I went over there, I parked. She felt bad that now I'm coming at the house. So she gets out of the car. I take the kids out of the car. We go into the living room. Remember, this is after Asr. I didn't leave until after Isha. Their house. Okay. Sometimes you get crazy calls like this. I had them both signed to a piece of paper by the time I left at Isha time. There's a lot of yelling. There's a lot of tears. She served me tea still, which I thought was impressive. She did. She was one of those, like, I feel bad. Okay, I'm going to bring you, coffee, tea, whatever. I had them sign on a piece of paper that here's what he agrees to do. Here's what she agrees to do. We're going to solve it. And they both signed. And I had them keep a copy. I took a picture. They kept the copy. A year later, he violated some of the terms. She's like, this is my right. I can leave. This is what we agreed upon. And I told her, you're exactly right. Or you can forgive. You can. It's your right. You can leave. Or you can forgive. And that's also within your rights. I don't want to force you to forgive, but if you want to, look, Allah is forgiving and merciful. And we're going to get to this. Allah is forgiving and merciful. Okay. I talked. I met with him again. It was like a couple hours. And he agreed. We fixed it. I told him, I scolded the guy. I'm like, you violated what you told her you wouldn't violate, etc., etc. She agreed to forgive him. He never went back. Alhamdulillah, they're still married. This was like 7 years ago. When the first incident, when she was going to run him over. So reconciliation works. Some people think that reconciliation doesn't work. Sometimes it does. Sometimes they're already on the verge of divorce, already out. But we try reconciliation. If it doesn't work, we try it. I know I'm putting a downer on the whole idea of marriage, but it works inshallah. By the way, they're actually not only working, alhamdulillah, they're doing good now. So I'm happy for them.
You have to know what not to do before you know what to do.
So what's an example of that? It's like, oh.
But communication is a big one.
Okay. Communication is a big one.
Just don't assume the worst. person.
Huh? So can we expand on this? Don't assume the worst of the other person.
So if you have any doubts or any questions, just ask. Don't hide it to yourself.
Yes.
Don't assume the worst, and just you might think it's okay in the beginning, but then it builds up, and then you just blow up, or
Yeah.
when your spouse over,
Yeah.
whatever the case is.
No, there's husnul dhann, right? Good assumptions about the other person. I assume the best. I shouldn't assume the worst.
So related to that, when you see red flags, it's good to address them.
Yeah.
And ask questions. Sometimes you think it's a red flag, but when you dig,
It's not a red flag at all. Yeah. But that's after marriage. What about before?
Before as well. Like if you're talking to someone and you heard that maybe they did something bad, like, hey, like I heard this and stuff, and then they tell you, like, once the person told me that, oh, actually this is what happened, and then you realize that it wasn't a problem in the beginning. So,
What if it's just rumors?
Yeah.
No. So what if it's just rumors? And let's say the person says, I'm offended that you would even question that. It's just a rumor. I don't know where that's coming from. In Islam, is it okay to follow rumors? Do you guys see the conundrum here?
You have to have proof for witnesses.
You have to have proof. Sometimes you do have to ignore rumors. Because if you follow every rumor, where does it stop? It doesn't. Right? You can't follow every rumor. But on the opposite side, what? Somebody's going to say something.
I feel like since it's marriage, it's such an important step.
Yeah.
That it is maybe worth looking into the rumors.
So then how would you do it? Without offending the other person?
Yeah, it's not easy.
No. Do you guys understand what we're doing here? This is a super sensitive topic. Right? There was one time, one of the Khulafa, I think it was Sulaiman ibn Abd al-Malik in the Umayyad Empire, because I think Al-Hasan al-Basri was visiting, or one of the righteous predecessors from the second generation. And he says, a man comes and he accuses the Khalifa of doing 1, 2, and 3, blah, blah, blah. And he says, who told you this? He said, it was told to me. And basically just rumors. And Al-Hasan, he said, can I say something? And he said, yes. He says, النمام لا يكون صادقا أبدا. النمام, what's a namam? A person who spreads rumors. Right? Namima is spreading rumors. Namima is haram. You can't spread them, number one. But a namam is the person who does this, and he clarifies, he's like, aslan, he's never truthful to begin with. You shouldn't believe it. The whole idea of just following a rumor around, I find it kind of problematic. However, like you said, with marriage, you do have to be careful. Once enough people are corroborating it, and it didn't start from the same source, then maybe there's more to it than just a rumor. Does that make sense? Corroboration is where you start to get into something else. Mm-hmm.
I also think it's important, like if there is a rumor and there's corroboration around it as well, if you're talking to a potential student, you should feel comfortable enough to ask them that, not to accuse them, and see how you react to it too.
So the way that you ask is important. Like, I heard this rumor. That's not a good way to start. Right? You have to ask it in a way where you're not offending the person. Plus, if there's rumors surrounding them anyways, why? We have to ask why. Where are these coming from? Sometimes it's of no fault to them. Sometimes it is. Man, this pizza's taking forever.
Were there any other parts of the love phase? We talked about infatuation and compassion.
Yeah, those are, and then after this, it becomes you build. So the next phase is what we call the marital friendship. You guys know what that is? Let's discuss marital friendship. What do you guys think it is, marital friendship?
Basically setting rules of what, basically, common rules, common expectations. Basically.
And it's a phase. So it's a phase within the marriage, within the relationship. They call it marital friendship. In fact, there's a professor, John Gottman. He wrote a few books on marriage. They had the Gottman Institute. I don't know if you guys have heard of it and whatnot. There's actually a sister, I forgot her name now. She studied with them from the institute, and she applied Islamic principles to it, and she has a great workshop herself as well, using the Gottman method of this. John Gottman himself is on record.
Spell that for us.
Gottman, yeah, Gottman. The number one indication of everlasting marriage and love is the strength of the marital friendship. Meaning, are the husband and wife friends or not? Who here thinks that their spouse should be their best friend? Is that, I don't know.
A very good friend.
One of them.
Yes.
A very good friend.
So, and the strength of the friendship really is emblematic of the strength of the marriage. You know what's interesting? Is that the Quran follows the same rule. So what are some of the words in the Quran used for spouse? Anybody know? Zawj. Huh? Imra'atuhu. Right? So with Ibrahim alayhi salam, with his spouse, she uses the word imra'a. But with Abu Lahab, it also uses the word imra'a. Imra'atu hamalat al-hatab. For Nuh and Lut, alayhim as-salam, at the end of Surah Al-Tahrim, what does it say? ضرب الله مثلا الذين كفروا امرأة نوح وامرأة لوط كانتا تحت عبدين من عبادنا صالحين فخانتاهما. They both betrayed their spouses. So imra'a is at the lowest of the spectrum in terms of relation. It just means his woman. It doesn't even use the word spouse. It says his woman in terms of relationship. And this is at the bottom of the spectrum in terms of ties. Because in the case of Abu Lahab and his wife, they weren't, it's not like they're a couple, you know what I mean? They just have a relationship. Even Ibrahim alayhi salam, it went through stages, of course, as we know. And with Nuh and Lut alayhim salam, of course, they ended up betraying their husbands, which is why they're referred to as imra'a, just a woman, his woman. Okay, that's the relation. So that's level number one, if you want to use that. Yeah.
There's also another word, I think it's in Surah An-Nur, for the word for husband, I think, bu'uda.
Yes. And she uses it to describe Ibrahim alayhi salam, right? هذا بعلي شيخا. This is my ba'al. Ba'al literally just means my man. So it's the opposite of imra'a. Ba'al is the opposite of imra'a, which is just my man. Okay. Next level is that other word that you guys said, which is the word Zawj. Now, Zawj is actually good. Zawj is what we want to get. Zawj is a mate, a couple, spouse. And it's used to even describe in Jannah the relationship Azwaj and Mutahhara, their spouses, and will be purified, etc. And it's used very frequently. Okay?
I don't know if it's the worst or at least it's
Yeah. We'll come to this. So that they're a garment for you, etc. But we're not talking about talking about the label of spouse itself. Not just what they are. Obviously they are a garment to one another. Inshallah ta'ala. Yeah.
It's always bothered me that on one side in Quran, it is written that like whatever you do, you will get the spouse of the same level, right? Like his past could be the same as yours.
His past
level of faith would be the same as you.
No.
Okay, so there are two verses that are like.
You're talking about the verses from Surah An-Nur.
I don't know the reference.
Yeah. Verses At-Tayyibun al-Tayyibat, Tayyibat al-Tayyibun. You know, the ones that are pure for the ones that are pure, etc., etc. That's actually not what it means. It doesn't mean so. To be clear, because this has happened before. Are you guys aware of the verse? This is a misunderstanding of the verse, where we tend to think that however I am, that's the spouse that I'm going to get. And there's no indication, because if this were the case, then both Nuh and Lut would have had actually excellent spouses. Does that make sense? That verse was revealed in the context about Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and to encourage them to find those spouses. Not that it will happen. So this is what you should seek, not that it's always a guarantee. Otherwise, there's a lot of exceptions to that. If we take it as a rule, then there's going to be a ton of exceptions, right? Fir'aun, his wife was super righteous, right? So then the verse didn't apply in that case. Prophet Lut didn't apply to him. Prophet Nuh didn't apply to him. Even Prophet Zakaria alayhi salam said in some cases when he was making dua, وَأَصْلَحْنَا لَهُ زَوْجًا, we fixed for him. So she's described in the beginning as imra'ah, and then once she was fixed, meaning there was something wrong in the relationship, and once the relationship was fixed, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala called her zawj. So she went from being imra'ah to zawj. You guys see that? It's level number 2. So zawj is really, that's spouse. That's good. That's how, the relationships in Jannah are described. That's how many of the Prophet, in fact, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you know what I mean? His wives are described, etc. Very good. Then there's level number 3. And it's only in two places in the Quran. And it uses the word sahiba. What does the word sahiba mean?
Right. Companion.
Yeah, so sahib, companion, friend. Sahiba is girlfriend. But here in the halal context, obviously, she's a friend, she's a female to him. And what context is it used? You guys know the people who have Quran memorized? No. Sahiba. So Surah Al-Jinn, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, مَتَّخَذَ صَاحِبَةً وَلَا وَلَدًا. He didn't take a sahiba or a child. And in other places, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also describes that it's not befitting for him to take a sahiba. Now he doesn't say zawj, he doesn't say imra'ah, he says sahiba. Why? So this is one, I want you guys to focus on this question. And the second place that it's mentioned, the second context, is on the Day of Judgment, in which people are willing to sacrifice anything they can to save themselves from the hellfire. Willing to sacrifice anything that they can to save themselves from the hellfire. And in that verse, he says, وَصَاحِبَتِهِ وَبَنِيهِ. He's willing to sacrifice his sahiba, his girlfriend. And we're translating it as this. Doesn't mean the modern day girlfriend. And his own children, his own sons. Bani, specifically sons. Why? In both cases, it's as if to say that the highest level of relationship that a person can have with their spouse is this third level, which is sahiba. They're not just a spouse, they're not just a mate, but they're actually a good friend. Which is very rare, by the way. Historically, especially. Historically, most marriages were of convenience, not out of what we aspire to nowadays, like love, companionship, etc. Which is why if a person does find a good companion, they're blessed. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to appreciate his blessings always when they come, right? So he says, sahiba. So it's as if, so number one, it's as if Allah is saying that if he were to take a spouse, she would be a friend. Because obviously Allah takes the best. Allah is the best. He's the most perfect. So if he had the perfect spouse, the perfect relationship, it would be that level of sahiba. But he doesn't. Ta'ala Allah amma yaqulun. Right? Allah's beyond what they ascribe to him. He doesn't take a spouse. He doesn't need one. But it's saying as if it were even to be considered, would be at that top level. For Allah himself Azza wa Jal. And then in the context of the person who's trying to save himself from the hellfire, that even if she's the most beloved thing to him, he's at that highest level of relationship with her, in that terms of companionship, where she's a good friend, she's a good spouse, she's that the idea of everything to him, that despite that, on the Day of Judgment, to save himself from the hellfire, he would still be willing to sacrifice her. A'udhu billah, that's how terrifying the hellfire is. Because we can kind of imagine that idea of like how good a relationship we have with our spouse, and that even then, on the Day of Judgment, a person would be willing to sacrifice their own spouse to save themselves from the hellfire. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to help us and guide us and protect us from the hellfire, inshallah. I know this is a really dark note to end on, but pizza's here, inshallah ta'ala. We'll take a break for lunch. Is that okay?
Yeah, so just real quick. So we're going to break for lunch, pizza, we got snacks, water. At 2:10, we're gonna play Lord.
Perfect.
We're gonna play here. So you have like about half an hour to eat, relax. And then in the back, we have a QR code. That's for the anonymous question link for whoever doesn't feel comfortable asking a question out loud. You can submit your question to that link and we'll pass it on to the Sheikh, inshallah. Other than that, yeah.
Yeah.
Should we just put a break for 30 minutes?
Oh, yeah, if you want to. If you want to tell them. Assalamualaikum, guys. So we're going to take a break for 30 minutes. Should we just keep it on?
Yeah, because I don't want to send new links to people on WhatsApp.
Yeah, we don't have to. We can just pause it.
Or it shows here 18 people are watching.
Are there? I don't know. Oh, yeah, it is.
And then on Facebook, it's 20. Oh, it shows you the comments from Facebook and YouTube here.
Yeah. I was going to comment on these. I've read both. I mean, I have this one. In fact, I talked to Sister Salma Abu Ghderi and Muhammad Majid.
The book, yeah.
Yeah, it's very good.
I use that book also.
Yeah.
Let's just say we can probably come back on it. Say 2:15 or 2:20. So does the comments go to both? It does.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You want pizza?
Like a slice or two.
You want more water?
Okay, for now. Evan. Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Alaikum assalam.
Should we resume?
I think it's because the natural light is not making the.
No, they don't. Just have a close those windows.
There we go. Assalamu alaikum. Can everybody hear me? Can you guys hear me online? Oh, there we go. There's a delay. Inshallah. Yeah.
No, that's not that good. What if you stand behind the wall?
Yeah, there you go. It's because if there's a way to control it automatically, but there isn't, it doesn't give you that option. It just gives you definition, front camera. It's too dark.
It's just positioning. And when you stand up, you might want to push it like back here.
It's okay. Okay. It looks like we gained more brothers and we lost a lot of the sisters.
SubhanAllah. Just like marriage.
Are they just outside? Are they outside?
Somebody.
Can we? Yeah. Do you wanna? Can we ask for volunteers? Thank you. Oh, there we go. Okay.
What if you put the projector situated from the can't really look at the
Okay, get settled in, guys. Get settled in. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Alaikum assalam.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillahi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man walah ma ba'd. I hope it was a good break. Everybody feels refreshed and well fed, inshallah ta'ala. So right now, I want everybody to pull out a sheet of paper and a pen or a pencil, something to write on.
How about use your phone?
You can use your phone, yeah. If you have the Notes app or whatever, you can use your phone, tablet, whatever it is. Yeah, I guess I'm old school. I'm sorry. Although I do have notes on the other day, I was using my notes. I had like 1,500 notes on my. When I counted, just random because I need to clean them up. Not all of them are important. So, here's what we're gonna do. I want you to list the top 5 things you want in a potential spouse that you're looking for. That's coming from you as a person. I want you to list the generic ones, you know what I mean, or go through like the hadith of the Prophet where he says, you know, and then you just list those 4 and that's what you want, right? That's what everybody wants. I want you to list what you are looking for specifically. So if it's Jamal, it's beauty, what aspect of beauty? If it's deen, what aspect of deen? You guys understand this? If it's lineage, what aspect of lineage? If it's her hasab or nasab, you know what I mean? Whatever, these types of things. Okay? I'll give you guys like what? How long do you need for that?
You're gonna ask us to share
3 minutes?
5 minutes.
Only when you're comfortable. I'm not gonna put anybody on the spot. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do that. I'm not gonna be like, okay, let's analyze your darkest secrets here. Okay. Good. Everybody good? You guys know what the. Okay. Have at it. And then the online people, feel free to participate as well. So you guys can write top 5.
Bro. No, wait, what? Like,
Really?
I'll have whatever you just have.
That's fine.
Why aren't people talking to each other? This isn't a group project. You're like, what do you want? That's a good one.
And then you get the same list and you probably with the same people.
Uh-huh.
Same list, you probably with the same people.
I guess I'm not that picky.
No, that says a lot about you. Aywa. So, yeah, spoiler alert, it is.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking that, dang, like I should set some standards now. Now that you're making me think about this question. So you asking us to do this made me think like, wow, I should really set my own some standards, you know, as opposed to just, you know,
wing it. Yeah, how's everybody feeling with their lists? Stuck. Hopefully, your relationship will not feel the same way.
Sure.
Well, five attributes that you're looking for from a spouse.
Well, are we getting spammed online on the comments?
Where? Facebook or YouTube?
Facebook.
What is somebody saying?
Yeah, there's like Al Quran Noor. They just sent like a ton of messages. Okay.
Usually get people from Gaza and other places.
Yeah, those are all. No, don't respond to any of them. If anybody wants to give to Gaza, could just come talk to me. No, Allah, I'm serious. The other day, we exposed this lady. So it turns out she comes from a wealthy family. She's in Gaza. It turns out she comes from a wealthy family, and she was shocked when the people who she was she's contacting to be like a sob story. You know what I mean? They told her, "Hey, look, we contacted because they contacted us. I contacted my uncle there. He contacted the head of her family. He contacted her and told her, you can't do this. You're embarrassing us." They're wealthy. They own restaurants, and if you own a restaurant, especially
somebody actually, a sister posted 5 things.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. Sister Stephanie. So, yeah, well, that's very good. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Highly respectful, looks up to you, understands Dina Dunya, and makes you a person good. Okay. These are very good. I like them. For Sister Stephanie, I like them. I don't know if she can hear. If she hears.
She can hear you.
Yeah, I saw them. No, they're very good. Yeah. I think they're very easy. Whoa. All right. Anybody want to share? You don't have to share the whole list. Just share one item from it. If you feel comfortable enough. I don't want to put anybody on the spot. If you want to share one item from the list, go ahead.
My number one thing was manners, specifically caring. Care for your spouse like you would like to be taken care of.
Okay.
You said manners?
Manners.
Manners.
Specifically, caring. Okay, it's an interesting one. Because you would assume by default, if you're entering a marriage, you would care about your spouse.
Well, we live in an individualistic society.
We do. So just a comment on this. Too many people do go into a marriage with expectations on the other person and never on themselves. And we're going to expand on this a little bit when we get to expectations. But I want you guys to understand this. What he's talking about is actually very real. And that's why I'm saying it's interesting that he brings it up, because too many times, like I said, we go into a relationship with, I know what I want from them. I want to take from me. It's all about me, right? And that's not how a relationship works, right? Like I said, it's a give and take, but we start with give. So the expectations start on you. What are you willing to do first? And then what do you expect from your spouse? But it's not the other way around. Okay? So it's interesting that you have to not, put that there, but yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's not only caring, but it's also like manners in general.
Manner, akhlaq, 100%. Okay. Someone else? Just one item you have to share all five.
Someone who is constantly trying to be better.
Someone who's trying to better themselves regularly, right? So what do we call this?
Motivated. Growth mindset.
Growth mindset, motivated, yes. So what's the opposite of growth mindset? Child, did somebody say child? Children do not have the opposite. Almost every child has a growth mindset because they're literally in the act of growing and they want to grow. It's usually adults who become stagnant.
Yeah.
But yeah, they can be childish, yes, 100%. Growth mindset. Why is that important for a marriage? It is. I can tell you right now, if you are approached, now, if you have two people that have the stagnant mentality get married, it can work out. It'll look weird to a person who doesn't have the same mentality, but it might work for them, especially when they're both from the same cultural background, etc. Okay? But if one person has a growth mindset and the other one doesn't, that's a very difficult relationship. If you have a growth mindset, then that is a must to have in your spouse. If they don't have a growth mindset as well, it's going to be difficult. Now, can people change their mindsets? Yes. Because a lot of times people, so why for people who are growth mindset, right, they have that growth mindset from the get-go, they're motivated, all these things. From your perspective, why would you assume, why in your mind would a person not have that same mentality? Why do people have stagnant mentalities or mindsets?
They're comfortable.
They're comfortable? Is it just comfort?
Trauma.
Who said that? Yes. Like what? Heartbreak. Could be childhood. Could be growing up. It could be them seeing dysfunctional marriages. It could dysfunctional relationships in general. There could be a lot going on, and it's a way for them to protect themselves. I'm okay here. I'm not going to budge. I found a place where, because growth entails putting yourself out there, and they could see themselves getting hurt. And so it's, by the way, all this is subconscious. This is not happening It's not a conscious decision where they say, I'm not going to have a growth mentality. In fact, everybody would like to have one. It's just that there might be something going on. Now, it's not always trauma related. It could be comfort. It could be other things, but definitely that's a big one.
That being said, can we try to talk about the personality and how it changes over time?
Do we change over time though?
Personality, yes, we do.
Personality-wise?
Yes.
In what way?
Just through experience, we change personalities.
Okay.
As you said, if maybe you're always changing and experience happens, or maybe it's traumatizing and you're comfortable where you are, you'll stay there. That's how personality changes, just through experience.
Okay. So what happens when personality changes?
It could be for the better or for the worse. It's according to where you're fundamentally are.
Sure.
It's like short-term or long-term memory.
Very good. What happens though? What happens in the relationship when that happens? You guys understand my question? Let's say a couple is married, and then the husband goes through a personality change of what you described. What happens to the relationship? Does it change as well? Yeah. Is it always for the better? Not always. What if the husband actually does change for the better?
Well,
It could still not work. You're exactly right. Because we're throwing now, what am I looking for? I was going to say the word monkey wrench, but I don't want to use that word. Into the relationship, right? We're throwing a variable. And if the spouse is comfortable one place and the husband goes off or the wife changes, they grow, another person is stuck, then the relationship will also, they'll grow apart. And this happens. We see this typically, at least from my work as like an imam and stuff. If one of the two spouses suddenly becomes way more religious than they were before. The husband was doing something, and then he decides, I'm going to repent. So I had a couple. The husband decides to go to Hajj. He's like, it's about time. I'm going to go to Hajj. He wasn't religious at all before. Neither was his wife. And something happens in his life, and he decides, you know what? I'm going to change. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go to Hajj. He does, and it's a life-changing journey. For him, he comes back. He starts to go to the masjid more regularly. He starts to become way more strict in his life. Guess what his wife does? Divorce. Eventually, they divorce. It's because she didn't want that. She married a different person. She married somebody who wasn't religious. And now he's like, and the way that he came about it, he's just like, I'm living my life. I'm not going to look back. He was a little harsh and abrupt with it, but she didn't want to join him on that journey. Eventually, they did get divorced.
Hypothetically speaking, what if they had kids?
They did have kids. Yeah. Their kids were older, though. Like the youngest, when the divorce happened, the youngest was in high school. But it's still abrupt. But when I talked to some of the kids, they said, we saw it coming. Like as soon as my dad started to become more religious. What's funny is that some of the kids gravitated towards their mother and her level of religiosity, and some of the kids gravitated to their father and then his religiosity. So, do you guys know the best indicator for your success in marriage? Yeah. But also I'm saying, in terms of like knowing who you are as a married person is emblematic of who you are before you got married. So the reason why I'm saying is because some people are under the impression that I can live a certain life. As soon as I want to get married, I'm going to behave. I'm going to turn on a switch. I'm going to be a different person now. And I'm not, because that never happens. Who you are before marriage is who you are afterwards. There's no switch. You can't. It's not a light switch. You can maybe go on a life-changing journey like Hajj, and it changes you. But marriage, for the most part, is not as life-altering as we think it might be. And I'm saying this for both the brothers and the sisters. Usually the sisters are consistent, but some sisters are under some false pretense, and I've seen too many sisters fall victim to this. So I'm telling you guys this. You'll see a guy, he seems okay, but you know that he's up to X, Y, and Z that he shouldn't be doing. And the sister thinks that, oh, when I marry him, I'm going to change him. This is true. How many people have heard of cases like this where the woman tries to get married to the guy and she's like, I'm gonna change him. He's gonna change for me. Nope. Almost never happens. Some rare cases, and even then, he doesn't fully change. And some guys are under the impression that they will change once they get married. They'll settle down. They will. Never happens. You are who you are. You have to want to change, meaning it cannot be external. Marriage is an external thing. You have to want it, and I'm telling you, do it before you get married. Because who you are before marriage is who you are afterwards as well. And too many people think that I can fix myself once I get married. And that doesn't happen. Marriage can be easier. It can make certain things easier for you. It can definitely help facilitate that change. But you have to want it. Okay? Some other characteristics, traits. Yeah, go ahead.
I put like responsibility in the sense that if I'm like in my absence to make decisions that I would feel comfortable with, that like I could trust.
Good. You can trust them.
Yeah.
You feel like they're responsible as well. Good. These are very good. I like that. Mm-hmm.
I put content or happy with anything Allah has given us.
I like that. I like that one. That's a good one.
It is a good one. Why are all the brothers laughing? And why aren't any of the sisters laughing?
That's a safe answer.
Because
he doesn't have a monster.
Huh? Yeah, a misinterpretation could be, I'm poor, deal with it. Or I'm stingy, things are as they are. You're not getting anything more. Contentment is amazing. Contentment is the best thing that you can be granted. One of the best things, right? In fact, tonight we're going to talk about a little bit about contentment in a talk at Morris Bridge.
Isn't that like that?
Yeah. Contentment is huge, right? But if the husband tells his wife, honey, you need to be content, how do you think she's going to take that?
I'm content with you.
Yeah, already the sisters are scoffing. They're like, oh, really? Because what does that tell them? That they're not content, number one. That's the assumption. And then assumption number two is, I'm not going to give you that much. I'm not going to be that generous to you. And I'm going to blame it on you not being content. So you're pushing blame off of yourself to her. Don't do that. Tip, pro tip, hashtag, you know what I mean? Don't ever do that. Especially pushing blame on her for something that's out of her hands. And content also comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَجَعَلَ اللَّهُ غِنَاهُ فِي قَلْبِهِ. Remember, Allah says that He will put the content in the person's heart, etc., etc. Don't use that card. Content. You know, in the sense that you're trying like...
So let me connect my two...
I'm not blaming you, brother. It's a good... I mean, she should be content. You need to be content as well, right? Everybody should be content with what they have. And there's a reason why, for example, like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, لا تنظروا إلى ما فوقكم وانظروا إلى من أسفل منكم فإنه أجدر بكم أن لا تزدروا نعمة الله عليكم. Hadith, the Prophet says, look at the ones who are below you, don't look at the ones who are above you, because this way you will be less likely to frown upon or be unappreciative for Allah's blessing upon you. Like if I live in a 3-bedroom house, I like it, 2-car garage, it's fine. But then I'm driving around in all these neighborhoods where everybody has like a 5-bedroom, 6-bedroom mansion with a pool, all these things, and we'd be like, oh, why don't I have that? Right? But instead, I need to look at the people that live in apartments or townhomes and be like, oh, alhamdulillah, at least I'm not in an apartment. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm apartment tutor right now.
So contentment is good. Contentment is amazing. Contentment is very good. But when a husband, see, also, so this issue, why am I saying this whole issue? This specific issue caused what during the life of the Prophet ﷺ? This specific issue. In his own marriage, what happened?
Was content?
Not just content, this issue of poverty. Like they weren't content. What happened? You guys know from the seerah, the Prophet ﷺ, Hassan knows. The Prophet ﷺ,
Here goes. Is this?
there we go. The Prophet ﷺ stopped talking to his wives for a whole month. That is serious stuff. It's not easy. Because here's the thing, he's the best husband that ever walked the earth. And he went through a period of time when he stopped talking to his own wives. Why? Because they were unhappy with the conditions that they were living in. They pressured him too much. They were like, why don't we have this? Why don't we have that? I need this. I need that. It's that issue of content. And in the Prophet's mind, why aren't you content? I'm doing the best that I can. He was. But for them, like the life of a wife, especially they were all housewives, we tend to, as men, I'm talking on behalf of men, tend to not appreciate it as much as we should, number one. And it is tough. And if she doesn't have the tools to do her job right, what do you expect? What do you expect to come from her? Right? So it led to a clash where the Prophet said, I'm not going to talk to you all. And a day, 2, 3, 4, a whole month goes by. In fact, he was sleeping in the room on top of the masjid. There was a ladder. And Umar eventually who goes and visits him, and he sees, the mat that left a mark on his side, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he talks to him. Anyways, they reconcile. He brings them back, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reveals those verses of the Ahzab in which it talks about, it gives them an offer to the mothers of the believers. If you want Allah and His Messenger, it's going to be tough. It's going to be difficult. You're going to go through, but you have a reward, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will prefer you above all the women of humankind, etc., etc. And if you want a dunya wa zinataha, it starts with this. In kunta turidna al-hayat ad-dunya wa zinataha, فَقُلْ تَعَالِنَ أُمَتِّعْكُنَّ مَتَاعًا جَمِيلًا وَأُسْرِحْكُنَّ سَرَاحًا جَمِيلًا. Right? It says, if you want the dunya and zinataha and its beauty, if you want this life, if you want a comfortable life, this is what you're after, just pure wealth, obviously that's not what they were after. But it's giving them that option. Then the Prophet ﷺ was commanded to tell them, come, I will give you a lot of wealth, I'll set you up basically for life, and I'll let you go in a beautiful manner. It'll be what's it called? Amicable. We'll be fine. But if you want Allah and His Messenger and the hereafter, stick with the plan. Don't do this again. It's tough. It's not easy. Okay. Other things from your guys' list. Yeah.
Acceptance / understanding of my needs, I guess.
Acceptance, understanding, very good. Especially of her needs. A lot of guys were oblivious to the needs of women. I say this as a person, I was a rookie myself. At one point I was like the worst. Men and women, are they different? Yes. What's interesting is that even non-Muslims are now forced to acknowledge this idea, in the sense that it's not that we're saying that we want different things. We actually want, ultimately, we want the same thing, but the way that we go about it is very different between men and women, right? And as men, we have to understand this, and as women, we have to understand this. Guess here's what happens. Guys get married to the girl, and he deals with her assuming that she's just a gentler, prettier version of a guy. Really. He deals with her as if she's like one of his friends, you know what I mean, that he's had his whole life. Just a more gentler, kinder, feminine, version of a man. Everybody's laughing because they know that that's wrong. But on the opposite side, a lot of girls, a lot of sisters marry a guy, and she assumes, for whatever reason, that this guy that I've married is just a rougher, gruffier, hairier version of a woman. In reality, you know what I mean? The broad shoulders, and that's really the only thing that's different. Because we assume we project that idea onto others. And the reality is, us and psychologically, mentally, the way men and women work, we should be different species. In terms of our mindset, in terms of our outlooks, in terms of what we prefer in life, etc. So if we operate, by the way, we're going to do this. If we operate, in fact, we'll do it now. We'll pause on your list for just a second. If I assume and I operate on the premise of love for your brother, love for yourself in marriage, you're going to fail. What? But that's a hadith, Sheikh. It is a hadith. But that's level number one. So level number one, I want you guys to write this down. Level number one, when dealing with your spouse, this is the basic level, is to love for them what you love for yourself. But you can easily fail using just this method. Why? Because what you like is not what he likes. What she likes is not what you like. You can't base that assumption. Too many husbands, especially in the beginning, they assume that, oh, since I like this, my wife is going to like it. We're soulmates after all, right? Nope, you're going to fail miserably. You're going to fall on your face, especially early on in a relationship. Huh?
The 5 love languages.
Not even the 5 love languages. Yeah, I mean, those are excellent, but I'm talking even beyond that. I'm talking in terms of how I'm dealing with them. But yes, the 5 love languages are important. You guys know what the 5 love languages are, right? The 5 languages of love. They added a 6th one. They did. You guys know what it is?
No.
Space. Space. And you can smother your spouse. Sometimes they do need space. And this is why there's a lot that are actually added. Anyways, we'll get into the love languages here in a minute. So level number one, when dealing with your spouse, level number one, to love for them what you love for yourself. But this has pitfalls. If I assume that she's just, like I said, a gentler, prettier version of a guy, you set yourself up for failure. So that's level number one. So then how do we fix that? We do level number 2, which is what? Do unto them what they want, not what you want. Because level number 1 is I deal with others as I want them to deal with me. But I don't, that has limitations. So level number 2 is I deal with them as they want to be dealt with. I do to my spouse what she wants or what he wants. However, level number 2 also has pitfalls. Who can think of them? What's the problem with level number 2? By the way, there's 4 levels.
I can't read someone's mind.
I can't read your mind. Wait, I thought you were my soulmate. You should be able to read my mind. This is one of the pitfalls of assuming that your spouse is your soulmate, especially early on. Because the assumption is, if he's truly my soulmate, he would know what I want. Right? Has anybody heard this before? Yeah. And it's completely false. That's not how it works. That's not the meaning of soulmate. And by the way, husbands do this all the time. Okay, don't you know that I like to drink coffee at this time? La wallah, I didn't, habibi. What are you doing? Tell me, let's communicate, let's do it. Eventually you start to learn patterns, even after years of marriage. And even then, after years of marriage, your spouse will still surprise you. Wait, you like donuts? Since when? Since forever. And they're eating donuts, and you're like, I've never seen you eat donuts. We've been married for 8 years. This is the first time. You guys understand, this happens all the time. In their mind, they're doing something that, they think they've been doing when in fact they're not. So I give you guys a hint about another pitfall of level number 2, which is what? Say that again?
Can't read minds.
You can't read minds, so I said that one. You can't read minds. What's another pitfall of number 2? It assumes that people even know what they want. I know you guys are going to find this funny, but I can tell you, most people don't even know what they want. And even when they think they know what they want, it actually isn't what they want. A couple got married, a couple that I was helping. The husband is an outdoorsman, hiking, camping, canyoneering, whatever, all these, stuff, crazy. Well, not crazy, I mean, it's nice. He gets engaged to his wife and he tells her, I love, the outdoors, blah, blah, blah. She's like, I love the outdoors too. That's amazing. That's great. So after they get married, he's like, let's go on this, hiking trip, blah, blah, blah. He takes her, they come back. She's like, Habibi, I never want to go hiking again. What? You said, like, give it a chance. Okay, let's do another trip. And it takes her camping for like 3 days. And in her mind, it's the worst experience. In his mind, he's like, why isn't this working? She said that she loves the outdoors. They come back. And he's like, before we got married, you said that you love the outdoors. She's like, yeah. I mean, I like the idea of the outdoors. You know, the trees and nature and the sky and rivers. It looks so pretty. But then when I was actually in it, hiking, my feet are hurting, my knees, you know, we're climbing mountains, we're sleeping on the ground, there's bugs, you know what I mean? We can't even find water. It's cold at night, and then it's super hot in the daytime. It's like schizophrenic weather. What is going on? I didn't like it. What happened? She thought she liked something that she didn't really like. Now, they're still married. Alhamdulillah. But they're also married because she supports his endeavor. She's like, look, I don't want to rain on your parade. You like the outdoors, go do it, etc. I'll come with you, but I'll stay in a hotel. We'll stay in a hotel like when we go out. You know, we won't rough it. Okay, that's a good compromise. Marriage is about compromise in a lot of ways. Not compromises where you draw the line. This is a fun compromise. It's fun. He can rough it with the guys, and with his wife, he can stay in a hotel. It's not a problem. You guys get what I'm saying here? So a lot of times, it assumes that the person knows what they want, and I can tell you, a lot of times people do not know what they want. They think they know what they want, but in fact, they don't. And when push comes to shove, sometimes it can be problematic. Plus, even when we assume that people think they know what they want, what do they really want? Meaning sometimes it's a symptom, what they express. What they really want is something much deeper. Now, spouses are not mind readers. So sometimes you're going to be struggling with this. I don't know what she really wants. She'll say one thing, and you're like, I don't know what that means. Or he'll say something, and she's like, I don't know what that means. This happens. Right? A lady, she's like, my husband keeps on saying, you know, I need the relationship to be more, what did he use? He used the word, I think it was like stimulating conversation, something along these lines. And she's like, wallah, she's awesome, she's very well educated, etc. But in his mind, up to his level. Even though I talk to him and I'm like, he's subpar. On a lot of these, you know, deeper academic conversations. So, what do you want? And then how do you express that? So, third pitfall with this level, third pitfall is what? It assumes that people are communicating what they want as well. So remember, number 2, it assumes people are mind readers. Number 2, it assumes that people know what they want. Number 3, it assumes that people are even expressing that properly. Most of the times we feel too vulnerable to express what we really want. We're afraid to be judged, right? That the person is going to hold it against us. They're not going to support us. They're not going to tell us, etc., etc. Nobody wants to feel judged, especially from their spouse. That's one of the worst. When the spouse is judging the other spouse, especially when they open themselves up to them. Wallah, one of the worst feelings. You don't want to feel judged by your spouse. Your spouse should be the one who's understanding. And kind of that's one of the things that the sisters put on the list. So they're understanding. They're not going to judge you. That relationship between husband and wife is a safe space. It's a safe space for a reason. Right? There was a man who was getting a divorce from a woman. Right? And a lot of people in his community, in his family were like, he's in the middle of the process. Like, what's going on? Kif, how can you divorce? Hey, divorce is a last resort. What's, you know what I mean? Like they want to get involved. They want to see like why. That's the first question. When you hear somebody got a divorce, why did they get divorced? That's not good. Especially if it's coming from somebody who can do nothing about it, which is the majority of the community. If somebody's getting a divorce, make dua for them. Unless you know that you can fix it, don't get involved. The guy said a brilliant answer. He says, that's between me and her. I can't express her secrets to anybody else. She's still my wife. can't expose her secret. She's still my wife. And that's still a safe space. Imagine if he's exposing it now in the name of reconciliation to random people. That doesn't make any sense. You only expose it to the people who can actually help the situation, correct? We all know this. Once the divorce was finalized, people were still coming to him, asking him, why did you guys get divorced? He said, I didn't expose her secret when she was my wife, and now you want me to talk about her when she's someone else's daughter, someone else's wife, potentially? I'm not going to expose her secret now. She's someone else's wife. How can I talk about someone else's wife? That's aib. It's haram. Yeah. So he didn't. Nobody knew why they got divorced. It was between them and the people who were helping. And the people that were helping were very trustworthy. It happened. It was a legit divorce. It needed to take place, but it's nobody's business. So sometimes we have to realize that that safe space is a safe space regardless. This is for long term as well. Okay? Good. Level number 2. Any questions on level number 2? So level number 2 is okay. You can use it, but you have to realize it's not perfect, which leads us to level number 3, which is what? Deal with them. By the way, you can apply these to any relationship, not just spousal, but we're using it here in spousal. Level number 3 is deal with people and deal with your spouse specifically as Allah told you to. This is level number 3. Deal with people, deal with your spouse as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told you to. How does He tell you to deal with your wife? وَعَاشِرُهُنَّ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. Live with them in ma'ruf. What's ma'ruf?
Sort of good and what's known to be good.
What's known to be good. Meaning it's culturally known. This, though, can be extremely problematic. Why? We have so many intercultural marriages. In fact, I made an argument. I wrote a paper on how. So, rewind. Intercultural marriages, do they work or do they fail typically? They work. Can a person from a different culture marry someone from a different culture? Yeah, happens all the time. What happens with an intercultural marriage is that there's an extra layer to be aware of. That's all it is. Meaning that cultural background. By the way, culture is a very deep thing. You guys know the iceberg of culture? Have you guys seen that? Cultural. So you guys know there's like IQ, intelligence, quotient, EQ, emotional intelligence, right? Mm-hmm. Then there's CQ. CQ is cultural competence, where you're aware of other cultures beyond yourself, which takes an open-minded person. You're aware of it. And culture is, there's this diagram, it's a really good diagram. It shows the iceberg of culture. On the top are things like dress, language, food. Those are at the top, but it's an iceberg. The majority of an iceberg is where?
Below the surface.
Below the surface. Underneath are all of these value systems of that culture, right? The principles that culture stands for, right? Priorities that the culture tends to prioritize, behavior among human beings, etc., etc. When you enter an intercultural relationship, it adds another layer that you have to be aware of in order to deal with that spouse and handle things. That's it. And if you can do it, it tends to actually be very rewarding because it exposes you to a depth of a relationship that you might not get with somebody from your own culture. But at the same time, somebody from your own culture, you don't have an extra layer to get through to properly communicate and live, etc. Mm-hmm. So in some ways it's easier, some ways it's harder, sometimes it's more rewarding, sometimes it's not. Depends on the relationship. I was making the argument in my paper that in our modern day and age, every marriage is an intercultural marriage, also to begin with. Mm-hmm. My professor read the paper, he liked it. This is in graduate school. He tended to agree with most of my stuff, which alhamdulillah is good. Professors usually these days are very hard. So every marriage is an intercultural marriage. Why? What do you guys think? Mm-hmm.
Even in your own culture, there are a lot of differences that end up happening.
Very good. There are.
It also depends on, from one family to another, like they might prioritize different things and might want different things even within the same culture.
Even within the same culture, families tend to prioritize it. Remember we said the iceberg especially the bottom half, we might share the top half with a lot of people, but the bottom half is completely different from family to family. You're exactly right. Yes.
It's different from family to family, also depending on like their location, like whether they're still back home or the States or.
And also where their brain is, because sometimes they're here, but their brain is still back home. Or they're there, but their brain is still here. Yeah.
So they how modernized they are.
What do you mean by modernized?
So let's take for example, like back then, like arranged marriages were a lot more common. Maybe they have that mindset still. Like how we do it back in the day is the right way.
Okay.
They don't adapt. They don't
But not everything back in the day was good.
Right, but they're still stuck in that mindset.
Sure.
Could make the difference.
Very good. So we have Western mindset, Eastern mindset. Yep. Prioritizing the individual over the group, or prioritizing the group over the individual. There's a lot of ways where these mindsets can creep in, right? Everybody with me so far? You can have a family that tells the daughter, you're going to marry your cousin from back home. He's from the same village, ethnically speaking, right? Same family, and yet the difference between husband and wife couldn't be farther than the East and the West. They're not from the same culture. Does that make sense? You guys understand what's going on here? Like, let's take me and my wife. This is something that she doesn't mind me saying. Even a lot of people have come up to me, especially when I first got married, and they're like, "Chef." Well, at the time, I mean, when I first got married, we didn't have that label yet. They'd be like, "How can you marry a Somali? That's so weird. It's so different. Isn't that like so incompatible? Like the Somalis are so different than Palestinians." I said, "Well, first off, both me and her are more American than anything else. So it's not really an intercultural marriage after all." You guys get that?
Yeah.
Meaning in terms of mindset, I'm very American. I know that. There's no harm in this whatsoever. I did live overseas for a very long time. I lived in Gaza. I did a lot of my schooling there, etc. I speak Arabic perfectly. It's not a problem. I understand that mindset as well. But I said, first and foremost, me and her, we're both Americans and American Muslims. A Somali Palestinian, it's like third, fourth level. So it's not a problem. And that adds spices to the relationship, at most. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not as difficult as people make it to seem. I know there's pressure from a lot of parents to not marry somebody who is ethnically not from the same country that the person is in. This is one of the unfortunate things. And it tends to limit our pool of potential spouses, and it tends to ignore the fact that we have more in common with somebody who grew up here with us in the same town, in the same city, who happens to be ethnically a different background than we do from somebody who's from the same village that my parents happen to be from overseas. You guys know what I'm talking about. This is a struggle that every community goes through. You know what I mean? We see it all over the country. So that's something to be aware of. Parents tend to forget their kids are American. There's nothing wrong with that. That's your culture. Okay? You can watch a rom-com and laugh at the jokes. Somebody else will watch the same rom-com and be like, why is this fun? Okay? So, level number 3, going back. Level number 3 is what?
Treat them the way Allah commanded you.
Yes, the way Allah commanded you. Remember, He says, bil ma'ruf, from that which is known, meaning you have to accommodate their culture. You have to accommodate their cultural expectations, which means you have to be culturally aware and open-minded enough to know what that is, and they also have to afford you the same thing back. Very good. Remember, I said every marriage is an intercultural marriage because every person is their own culture unto themselves. Even after I put all these labels on them, I say American, Muslim, Palestinian, you know what I mean, Utah, Tampa, whatever you add, I don't know, college graduate, not college graduate. I can make all these nice, neat boxes. Even then, you're going to be completely unique in your own culture. Go ahead.
So how is level 3 better than level 2? Is it because it's what Allah has commanded?
Yeah.
Because level 2, they're saying what they want a lot, and then level 3 is like,
Because level 3, you're not succumbing to how you feel about it, or how they feel about it, or whether they deserve it or not. You have to obey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala no matter what. Plus, Allah tells you, dictates these things not just within the marriage, but how did you get married? How did you end the marriage? If you need to end it, how do you resolve conflicts? How do you understand what I'm saying? So it's an added level. All of these need to be taken together, by the way. We're applying each one. So this is why they're layers. Layer number 4. You guys ready for layer number 4? This is the hardest one. You deal with your spouse as you want Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to deal with you. So you deal with your spouse as you want Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to deal with you. What do we mean by this? So there's a verse in Surah At-Taghabun, the very end. Almost. You got 2 of the words. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا إِنَّ مِنْ أَزْوَاجِكُمْ وَأَوْلَادِكُمْ عَدُوًّا لَكُمْ فَاحْذَرُوهُم. O you who have believed, indeed there is, meaning potentially, it doesn't mean that there is, min للتبعيض, it could be, it's a possibility. Okay? Min azwajikum, your spouses, wa awladikum, your children, an enemy for you, aduwwan lakum, fahdharuhum, so be careful. So a person might hear this, whoa, this is a very dangerous verse. There could be a potential enemy from my spouse or from my children? Yes. Like, what's the solution? How do I avoid being enemies with my wife? How do I avoid being enemies with my husband? That's one of the plots of Shaitan, by the way. He wants you to fight. He wants you to get into quarrel, disputes, etc. You guys know that there's that hadith that talks about Iblis himself. Iblis, the Shaitan. His throne is above water somewhere. And all these minor shaitans are doing his deeds, are coming back reporting to him. One guy comes, one of his mini shaitans, well, not many, they're still, influencing. He comes back, one of his soldiers, لم أزل مع هذا حتى يعني جعلته يزني. Says, I stayed behind this guy until I got him to commit zina. Okay. I stayed after this guy until I got him to drink alcohol. Okay. He doesn't do anything, he just approves. Very good. And then one comes and he says, I stayed after this guy until I got him to divorce his wife. And then فَيَدْنُوهُ مِنْهُ, he tells him, come closer. وَيَقُولْ أَنْتَ أَنْتَ, good job. You are. You are who you are. He's getting recognition. So a person might say, wait a second, we just said divorce is halal, divorce is allowed. Why is Shaitan so happy? Because it was an unnecessary divorce. And it only happened at the behest of that Shaitan. Meaning it wasn't a legit reason for them to get divorced. It's because Shaitan got between the couple. Once Shaitan gets in between you, khalas, it's terrible. This is why righteousness and protecting yourself from Shaitan helps your relationships as well. It does. Okay? So at this 4th level, going back, Shaitan wants you to see your spouse as an enemy. Remember, you're on the same team. When you get married, this is one of the first things I tell a couple. Now you're on the same team. If you ever get to a point where you stop seeing yourselves on the same team, we have a big problem. You're always on the same team. Even when you dispute, teammates can argue. Teammates can, strategize differently. One person says, I think we should do this. I think we should do this. Great. But we're still acknowledging that we're on the same team. But once we stop seeing each other as being on the same team, she has her side, I have my side. It's a slippery slope downhill from there. You're on the same team.
Okay, real quick, so since we finish at 4.
Yeah. What time is it?
So some are asking online. They have there's already 7 anonymous questions.
Mm-hmm.
And we're supposed to. Do you want to do? I know this topic we're not gonna probably be able to cover.
I'll wrap this point up in just a few minutes, and we can address some of the questions.
I mean, that's okay with everyone, I guess. But
yeah. Are you guys okay?
As long as we cover the content. No, I'm sorry.
Not content, compatibility.
Compatibility.
Yeah. We did a little bit with cultural. Okay, a little bit. We'll talk about it a little bit more. We'll get to compatibility, inshallah. Somebody's saying this is great for married people too. So, where was I? Shaitan wants to convince you that you're enemies. Okay? You're not enemies. But how do we remedy this? What's the best way to remedy it? The ayah continues, and this is one of the nice ways that the Quran talks to us is that it'll propose the problem and the solution will be right there. Okay? This is the dynamicism of the Quran. It's a dynamic book, and it talks to you. وَإِن تَعْفُوا وَتَصْفَحُوا وَتَغْفِرُوا فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. So the solution to not being enemies is تَعْفُوا تَصْفَحُوا تَغْفِرُوا. And if you do this, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ, then indeed Allah is forgiving and merciful. What do those three words mean? What's ta'fu?
That's pardon.
Ta'fu is to pardon. What does pardoning mean? By pardon.
Forgive without remembering.
Forgive without even mentioning it. We're not even remembering it. It's completely clean slate, starting anew, not a problem, don't even mention it. Right? There's an acknowledgement that there was a mistake. We agree, but we're moving on. Khalas. We're going to forget it. We're going to put it behind us. That's afu. Tasfahu. What's safh? Safh is to ignore, to almost look the other way. Okay? What's the last one? We'll come back to them. We'll explain them. But right now we're just defining them. What's ghufran? To forgive. How is it different than pardoning, than afu? Ghufran typically entails that we're also fixing. So it's not just we're forgiving and moving on. We need to sit down. We need to fix the situation. And we need to make sure that we never do it again. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody with me so far? So these three things. And then he says, and if you do that, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ, indeed Allah is forgiving and He's merciful. Meaning, when you forgive your spouse, what will Allah do for you? He'll forgive you. When you ignore the faults of your spouse, He'll do what for you? He'll ignore your faults. And if you pardon your spouse, what is He going to do for you? He's going to pardon you. But don't we want this? Don't I want Allah to forgive me and to pardon me and to ignore a lot of what I do? Of course. So if I want that, then I need to be willing to do that for others, at the top of them, my spouse. And if you do that, your spouse won't be your enemy. Double benefit. One is that Allah will forgive us and pardon us and forgive us. And number two is that we eliminate the animosity between us and our spouse. Or our children even. Because remember it says, أولادكم. We tend to be the harshest against those that are closest to us. We do. I know so many husbands. Outside, he's like a little sheep, kharuf, to the public. Right? And then internally in his own house with his wife and his kids, he's like a wolf. Barking out orders, harsh, everything this, guys are too strict. But then outside, this guy is mashallah, nice guy. Everybody in the masjid, everybody's like, mashallah, brother, this guy is so nice. And then he's terrible inside. Well, it should be the opposite. You need to be a kharuf inside the house. Not too much of a kharuf, because otherwise they'll ride you. But you can't be a wolf. You need to be the wolf to protect your family, not the wolf against your family. Right? I'm talking to the husband. I'm talking to the potential husbands here. At the same time, it doesn't mean you're a pushover. You're not. Your job there is to protect your family, and sometimes you have to protect them from themselves. This is a reality. However, applying this verse is so important. What are some things that we need to ignore with our spouses? There's a lot that we can ignore, and we should.
But when you forget something small, something don't get.
Wallahi, so much. Wallahi, there's a guy that I was helping. He can't ignore things. And so eventually I told him, you need to get help. I did. I love him. He's a nice guy. And he got diagnosed with OCD. He has anxiety disorder, etc., etc. But I'm like, man, okay, you can handle it with yourself. But you know what you're doing to your wife and your kids. Well, his kids are doing the most innocent stuff, and he does not let it go. And everything is a lecture, and everything is yelling. You know what eventually happens? His kids don't listen to him anymore at all. Why?
Either way, they may be lecturing.
Yeah, he's 24/7 is a lecture. So then, where's normal life. That is normal life. So they ignore it. They just learn to move on. So even when there's something that's serious, do you think they pay attention? No. No more, because everything is serious apparently.
And they probably wouldn't learn their lesson.
They'll never learn their lesson. And now it's like, it's out of hand. And we told them, like, look, I told them this. Some of the sisters are going to laugh. Some of the brothers might laugh as well. I don't know. But I told him, look, you need to be a lion and stop being a dog. He's like, what? I was like, yes, the dog constantly barking. Constantly barking. Do you think anybody pays attention to the bark of a dog? Doesn't faze a single person. Nothing. Has zero effect. Even though, if you think about it, it could be terrifying because the dog has teeth and everything like that. But nobody pays attention because it's barking 24/7. However, let's say you're walking by and a lion roars. What are you going to do? You're going to be like, because actually, so in real life, out in the wild, how often does the lion roar? Not very often. In fact, it's very rare when anybody ever hears it. You don't hear it actually out in, you know what I mean, in like the wild. Never happens unless there's something really serious. And that's why when any animal, by the way, that's why he's called the king of the jungle. When any animal hears the roar of a lion, you're like, okay, things just, happen. We need to get the hell out of, the situation, et cetera, et cetera. And so I told him, using this example, I said, you're just like a dog, unfortunately. And I said it lovingly, of course. I didn't mean to call him, man, it's something bad. But I said, you need more like a lion. Think like in terms of that. Only when it's serious, do something about it. This is what this hadith, I'm sorry, not the hadith, the ayah is telling us. The ayah is telling us what? Pardon, forgive, ignore. Pardon, forgive, ignore. There's a lot, just ignore, man. You're barking every single thing. Ignore most of that. And then when there's something serious, you decide, I either pardon, meaning, okay, we acknowledge it, let's move on, or, okay, we need to sit down and fix this. You get to decide. The ayah does not specify where to apply each one, right? The ayah doesn't tell you, apply this here, apply that there, doesn't. Meaning it's up to you. You get to apply it as you see fit. When you do it wrong, it comes out terrible. There's a ton that you need to ignore. And a ton that the wives need to ignore from their husbands as well. Now, obviously, none of you are married now, but I'm telling you, for the future, acknowledge this, and inshallah, you'll be fine. I know this is more of like for married couples, but it'll help, inshallah ta'ala. Okay, this helps with conflict resolution. This helps with a lot of these types of things.
I know you say ignore for the couples, but sometimes, or a lot of times when I deal with cases, probably not the couples, how about ignoring with in-laws, parents?
Oh, yeah.
Like your mom would, like say a mom says something to her son about it.
You need to have thick skin.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like how your mom commented on the kids, whatever. You need to learn how to ignore. You're going to say things, half the time you don't remember what they said. I'm telling you. We tend to dwell on other people's words more than they ever dwelled on them, either before they said them or after they said them. And it doesn't do any good for us to dwell on them. Because a lot of times they were said without the person fully thinking about them, they didn't mean anything by them. Right? Okay, good. Any questions on any of this? I know we had you guys make your lists. On the list that you guys made.
You have, I think, the anonymous. You guys have the questions?
You guys have questions?
I have
like
seven
a
of the
random question.
anonymous ones.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is kind of relating to what the sister had said earlier about like a long-term engagement situation.
Oh, wow.
So I feel like
we never addressed that, huh?
Well, not really, but I kind of gonna expand on that more. So maybe we can jump into it.
Sure.
Which is that like in the beginning stages of a relationship, it's very like time intensive, and especially if you do it like the right way Islamically, like you're gonna need to have that time to light the fire and build that relationship initially. But I feel like with like graduate school or beginning a career, sometimes you may not have that time to do that. And then if you're like living as according to like a Western society or like according to society around us, you can like you can focus on your career or grad school and be inside of like a shallower, non Islamic relationship, and that's how people do it. But how do we integrate the two so that we can find time to do like both? And then would a long-term engagement be the solution to that?
So you're asking like if you can't live together, and you did like a long-term relationship or not long-term, long distance relationship.
No, like an engagement without maybe being like fully like starting the relationship there. Like,
Right. I don't know. With these types of things, it depends on the specifics of the individual cases. For some people, they can do long distance. For some people, maybe they should be living together. Why are they delaying? For some people, it depends on the situation, right? There's not a blanket here that would apply, you know what I mean? Like one size fits all kind of deal. So. Okay. Let me see here.
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah, totally.
So I guess you were talking about this earlier because I deal with a lot of these cases where you said that something about when you're choosing a spouse and the compatibility, all that stuff goes through. But then say, the hadith says that if you don't marry your son or daughter to someone, you'll see fitna on earth. And I've seen there's a lot of fitna on earth because parents actually can be a cause of fitna because they make things hard. And especially what I've seen is that kids who are rebellious, parents let them do anything.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And if a son or daughter are good, they make it tougher on them.
Yeah.
So like the wedding preparation.
You're punished for being good.
You're punished. Yeah, actually, pretty much you're punished for being good.
Yep.
So like wedding preparations. You said nationality. So you said for the guy, like if he wants a girl, like Beyonce, got to put a ring on it, right? But you have to do wherever. But how far can the girl go with her parents, especially?
Yeah.
If her parents are making everything hard, but the guy has good character, and they're compatible, and the father or whoever the wali is being very stubborn.
Yeah.
How far can she go to do what it takes?
Okay. You guys want the parent hack? The parent hack, yeah. Unfortunately, we have enough experience with this, and we've had so many cases where I call it the parent hack. And we've applied it, and alhamdulillah, I can tell you guys, I want to say 90% success rate almost. Somebody's happy. He's like, yes, tell me. If any parents are watching, please ignore what we're about to say right now. I'm going to put you guys on mute. No, I'm just kidding. Why do the parents say no to the daughter who wants to marry somebody outside of her culture, even if he's a great Muslim, even if he's completely fine, his akhlaq are good? Because like Hassan said, problem, if we're saying no to people that are good, they're righteous, تَكُنْ فِتْنَةٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ وَفَسَادٌ كَبِيرٌ. There's going to be a fitna on earth and big fasad, big corruption when we're saying no to people who are completely fine. Because also eventually the daughter suffers, the guy suffers, the family. Why are they saying no? Why do the parents say no? Number one reason.
Culture.
Yeah, but culture, like in terms of what?
Ego.
Okay, ego, close. Blood. Yeah.
What would others say?
Yes. What are others going to say if we give our daughter to a person from this background or to that guy? They're afraid of what? Their reputation. That's it. A lot of them, I've talked to so many of them. I can't you talk to them and he's like, personally, I don't mind it, but our community, they will talk. They will say this. How did you do this? Why did you do this? They're afraid of their reputation. So the parent hack is to turn the reputation against them, to use their reputation as your weapon, not as a weakness. You guys understand this? So what you do is you go, you already go. No, not as a girl. Like for the girls, you don't do this. Don't, because then you're gonna bring more heat on yourself than you can. Also, and it's not. I don't recommend it. I recommend you going. First off, the guy who wants to marry her, you have to step up to the plate. You have to be willing to walk through fire for her. It's going to be tough. It is going to be difficult. And if it's truly, if you want it that bad, wallah, he'll be willing to do whatever it is. And I've had guys, wallah, I was impressed with how much they want to do. Okay? You go, and you go to the people in that same community that they're afraid of their reputation with. And you talk to them directly. What have I done? I've what's the word? Subversed their expectations. I took out what they're afraid of. I went directly to the source of their fear. just other people within their community, the uncle, the aunt, whoever it is that was gonna ruin. What is that person gonna say? I already talked to them. No, I'm serious. You go to them, and I've done this before. You go to those people in the community and say, hey, I need you to come and help me. Let's say you're the one who's trying to get married. You go to them and like, hey, look, I need you to go to so-and-so. I need you to help me get married to his daughter. Oh, mashallah, you want to get married? Yeah, wonderful family. You get to know them first, a little bit. You've established rapport. You take them with you automatically. That person's already on the board, right? Already on board. They were afraid of their reputation with that guy, and now he's already like, so what can they say? They can't say anything. Now they're under pressure for not allowing the daughter to get married. It's the parent hack.
But it's never just that one uncle.
It's not the one uncle. You can go to multiple uncles. Yeah, sometimes he'll back off and be like, oh, this might be a little touchy. You'll find, guess what? In every community, you will find that one uncle who will go with you. You will. And it'll work. And even when, sometimes, wallah, they'll be afraid of their reputation. I helped a couple, just so that you guys know. The guy might watch this later on, the guy I'm talking about. He was trying to get married to a sister for 7 years. It was impossible. I mean, it got so bad that after year number 5, he gave up. He moved out of that whole city. Like, khalas. And she gave up. She said, I'm not going to talk to him again. They did. They stopped talking for like a whole year. And her parents would bring her people's tutors, and she was just saying no because she's not interested in anybody but that guy. But khalas, she's like, I'm going to move on with my life. I'm never going to get married to him. I don't know how I got involved. The guy mentioned it to me. He's like, because what happened is she eventually told her parents, don't bring me anybody. I don't want to get married. And they were afraid that, she's approaching 30 years old at that point. And they said, no, we want you to get married. She's like, you guys know what I want, blah, blah, blah. So eventually I got reached out to. I went and met with that family, especially the father, her father. I met with him in his office. Now, I'm the imam of a masjid. I'm working at the masjid, but I would go to his office just out of respect. One time I was in his office for 3 hours. I'm like, lay it on me. All of your issues that you have, give them to me one after another. And I'm like, bam, bam, this is why it's wrong. This is why your assumption is wrong. This is why your whatever is wrong. But I'm also being accommodating. I'm like, look, I understand where you're coming from, but this guy is this guy's that. He was bringing up, to tell you how random it was, he brought up the fact that one of his uncles, meaning the husband, one of his uncles has heart disease, and I don't want my grandkids to have heart disease. Yeah? And I'm like, do you want me to look into your family history, brother? It's so ridiculous because he just is against it. And eventually it was the reputation. I'm like, your reputation is fine. Nobody's going to say a word. In fact, they're going to congratulate you. Trust me. He didn't believe it. When they got engaged, they tried to keep it. Eventually, I came around. I went to his house. I took the guy. We went, everything. And he still had all these stipulations and all these. Nobody knows. The whole community knew. We did it in a masjid. Every single person in the community, there was at least 300 people. This is right before COVID. They were coming up to the brother and saying salam to him. Mabruk, Mabruk, congratulations. He had the biggest smile on his face. Not a single person looked at him and said, brother, what are you doing? Wallah. And so they got married. Now the guy is happy. He's like, the father, the couple is great. They're, alhamdulillah, it's amazing. And I keep on telling the guy, you owe me big time. No, I'm just kidding. I'll do it. I don't mind. But the idea is you turn whatever they're afraid of into your advantage. And you're done. You show them that whatever they're afraid of, that reputation, it's a false fear. It doesn't exist. It doesn't even exist back home. Wallah, it doesn't. Not anymore. Especially here. So you have to turn around. And you have to be willing to put yourself out there. As an imam, I've had to put I told you guys, I had this 2-3 days ago. There was a father ready to he had sparks coming out of his eyes. He thought that I did the unthinkable. And I'm like, bro, let me sit down, Dad. Let's talk. I talked to him and he hugged me after. He's like, I'm sorry. I thought, this and this. You take care of it. Don't worry. So, does that answer your question? Whoever asked that question. But you have to be willing. You have to be willing to put yourself out there. Are you willing to wait 7 years for the right one, like that brother did? He was like, no. 7 years it took him. Inshallah, it won't take you. Inshallah, it won't take you 7 years. What I'm saying is, it's going to be a tough journey. You have to believe that she's worth it, and trust me, she is. Whoever it is that you're thinking about, she is. So I want you guys to look at your lists, the one that you guys made. Some of the stuff that you guys said is very good. But if you look, most of the stuff on there is very generic. In fact, I'm going to go out on a limb here and tell you something that might sound sacrilegious. Okay? In terms of like the traditional idea of romantic love and all these other things, which is you are compatible with 90% of the sisters out there.
You are or you're not?
You are.
Oh.
He was like over there. He was like, yes, give me a high five. Why? Why am I saying this? Compatibility, as long as you're open-minded, you're willing to accommodate cultural differences. Remember, I said every marriage is an intercultural marriage anyways. If you're willing to acknowledge these two facts, and deen is the most important thing, right? And the looks are fine, like in turn, you're compatible. It's as simple as that. It is. Compatibility, a lot of times we focus too much on compatibility and we become super specific. Like she has to be between 5'6" and 5'8". I want her a little tall. You know, she has to be this, color this, her background this, her hair color this, hair length this. And then even on the sister side are even worse. Their list, wallah, I remember one sister came and she had a list of 50 things that she wanted in a potential. 50. I saw the list and I was like, sister,
just marry that one guy that you're thinking about.
Yeah, not even the one guy. This is not even a guy. He's not real.
It's Aladdin.
Not Aladdin Shul. Aladdin would fail like the first 5. He was a scoundrel. He was a street rat. He was homeless. He had a job. Aladdin doesn't qualify. Probably. There's only one. I mean, there are jinn who can. No, I'm just kidding. Everyone's like, what? That makes sense? I'm not trying to be harsh on the sisters. Wallahi, you can put things on there that are very generic. But the more specific you are, the more you're going to be disappointed. Remember, it's all about expectations. The quickest way, before we answer some of these questions, the quickest way to be unhappy is to set unrealistic expectations. This is in marriage and in everything. So in marriage, we tend to see all those romantic comedies and we say, okay, when I get married, things are going to be like here. And then when they're here, they're still high. You're going to be disappointed because it's not here. Has anybody gone to a movie and you were like, he's like, yeah, I've been to a lot of movies now. Have you ever been to a movie and you were like, man, this is going to be the best movie ever, right? What is it? Fast and Furious 13 came out? Or which one came out recently? 9, yeah. It feels like 13. I'm like, this is going to be the best movie. I'm going to have so much fun. I haven't been to a movie since COVID started. And then he goes to the movie. He's like, what the heck is this? This was a hot piece of garbage, right? It wasn't even like, it's terrible. Are you laughing because you went and saw it? Oh, he did.
We saw the new Marvel movie.
Yeah, we just saw a Marvel movie.
It was disgusting.
Oh, no. So anyways, going back.
Yeah, he hates it. Absolutely.
So if I go in with high expectations and I'm disappointed, it's bad. However, the opposite is true. If I go into Fast and Furious, I'm like, Fast and Furious, really? Okay, I'll sit there for 2 hours. And then it was mediocre. I'll actually be happy. Mediocre, I was thinking it was going to be terrible, but it's actually over here. It's okay. I mean, I was entertained. It didn't change my life.
You're in a better mood than if you had really high expectations.
Exactly. So, by the way, by saying this, I am not saying that you should have low expectations for your marriage. Right? Do not go into your marriage thinking, okay, this is going to be terrible. It's going to be a mess. So I'm bracing for the worst, right? No. What I am saying is that set realistic expectations.
When you tell your spouse you're not as bad as I thought.
Yeah, that's not a compliment. You know, you're not as half as bad as I thought this would be. You know, like without makeup, you look kind of decent. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That was a joke. I'm sorry. We've had. I don't know if you've had that, Hassan. Where like, no, some people come and they were upset that he said, Sheikh, I don't know why, but I should have done this. I never saw her without makeup before marriage. I'm like, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. What's going on here, bro? Like, what? Alhamdulillah, we don't have that problem. So, expectations. What are your expectations? You guys understand? Set them realistically, you'll be fine. Yeah.
When you say be realistic or like don't in terms of expectations, you're talking about looks wise. You're not talking about like
everything. I'm using looks as an example, an easy target, but it's everything. Even for your marriage, you think your marriage is going to be like a fairy tale, all these realistic expectations. Because, and the thing is, so how do you set them, by the way? Step number one to expectations are what are you willing to do? What are you willing to do to get to that goal? Before what I expect from her, what I expect from him. So what am I willing to do? And you put that in. I'm willing to do 1, 2, and 3. I'm willing to go out of my way, make some time. You know what I mean? Those 5 love languages. You guys know what they are. You know, quality time, acts of service, gift giving, words of affirmation. You know what I mean? Touch, physical touch. Physical touch is not intimacy. We're not talking about sex here. Physical touch is like a hug, an embrace, holding her hand. You know what I mean? Like, you know, making her feel that she's there, etc. For some guys, their primary. And the thing is, with all these love languages, by the way, just to summarize the whole thing, with the goal. So she'll have her priorities. Number 1 is this, number 2 is this, number 3 is this, number 4, number 5. And the guy will have the same. But they'll be out of order, always. In every marriage, almost always are out of order. They're different. Your goal, though, is not just to accommodate her and her love languages, because then you're going to ignore yours, but it's to be proficient in all 5 and to express love in all 5. Because what you'll realize is that now her love languages are in one order, but eventually it does change. And you can't just get stuck, and you have to express love in all 5. Like I said, there's the 6th one, which is space. Sometimes people do need space because we can smother them. I know I was guilty of that. Okay, so a little bit about that. Any other questions? Okay, on the topic of asking others about them, I've also learned partners. That the partner's past should not matter. So where would the line be drawn in what you ask about them? Do you guys agree with this or disagree? The partner's past, does it matter or not?
Yeah. Did they repent?
Yeah. If they repented, yes. And that's good. They should repent to a certain extent. We had like, so when converts get married, one of the things that's actually asked very regular in other masajid, I don't know if they do it here, but they ask them for an STD test. Some people get upset. Unfortunately, we're at a day and age when maybe even a lot of Muslims need to take the same test too. And people get upset when they're asked to take something like that. Because yeah, you can repent, but an illness stays with them. You can't correct that, brother. You know what I mean? That's one of the consequences of sins, unfortunately. So that's something that has to be addressed case by case, where there's some aspects of the past that can come back and hurt the couple, and some aspects that we can, if they repented especially, khalas, move on. It's not a problem, inshallah. Does that make sense? I hope that, inshallah, answers that. What to look for in a future spouse, I think we went over it. Perfection. Hold on. Simple thing. So, when a person sets too high expectations from their spouse, how do we fix that? Like they want them to be absolutely perfect. Remember like the 50 things that we mentioned in there? You have to, now we're not telling you to lower your expectations necessarily, but we're saying to set realistic ones. And a lot of times keep them generic, not that specific. The more specific you are, the more you're putting yourself into a corner. Marriage, I don't know if you guys have heard this before, but marriage is a marketplace. And it sounds a little harsh. Marriage is a marketplace. It is. And guess what? Typically it is like, let's say age, like the younger you are, the more desirable you are, especially as a woman, correct? The older you are, the less desirable, typically. Although I'll tell you, I mean, anyways, like if I were to, I wouldn't marry somebody under, you know what I mean? Like it's a child, but in my mind. So, you want them mature, you know what I mean, responsible, etc., etc. However, it typically follows that the older we are, the pickier we are, right? And that's terrible. Meaning you have to be picky when you're young. And usually when people are young, they're like, oh, I'll say yes to almost anything. You know, this one of the brothers earlier was saying, you know, man, I need to set some sort of expectations because I literally have almost none. But typically, you actually should have more, and you should be more lenient as you get older. And we see this all the time in communities. Like there's a brother, he's over the age of 40, and he persistent. He comes to me and is like, Sheikh, do you know any good sisters, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, bro, I've brought you at least 3 or 4. I have. Like that I've told him about, not that they actually met, like I'm there, no. But I told him about, and he said no to each and every one. And they're perfectly fine. I think he would be completely happy with any of them if he opened his mind just a little bit. What's going on? He's picky. And I'm like, you're so picky that eventually you're not going to get married. And to this day, he's still not married. And I've been trying to help him for the past maybe 7 or 8 years. Yeah, true story. And I tell him, you need to, and the thing is, each time he's even pickier than he was before. He went through a difficult marriage. He was married before he got divorced. And so in him learning from that experience, he's become on the opposite extreme, too rigid. And so we can't actually paint ourselves into a corner, meaning in the ideal that we want to reach. So no, we have to kind of tone it down a little bit and realize there are certain things that I cannot compromise on. Deen, akhlaq, you know, morals, manners. Their deen, yes, I can't compromise. Because too many times I've had sisters, okay, I say, I'll be lenient. And then they bring a guy, he doesn't even pray. But he's a nice guy. Yeah, he's nice to you because he wants to marry you. He's not nice because he's genuinely, you understand what I'm saying? Don't confuse the two. And too many sisters fall for that. Easy ploy. He's so nice. Yeah, because he wants to marry you. Of course he's going to be nice. He would be a fool. Like if he's not nice, you wouldn't even consider him. Understand what I'm saying? So you have to see if he's nice generally because he is a good person or is he just trying to get you? Which one is it? And too many times, it's hard for us to see it when we're in the middle of it. And that's why you need that second set or third set of eyes to see things from the outside as well. Okay? Yeah.
So if there's like a sister or from the sister's perspective, there's a brother, potential spouse, how would you suggest they get to know them if they don't know that person's friend circle or their family?
You still need to know their friend circle and their family. That's not an option. You know what I mean? And if they don't want to share that information with you, that's a red flag. And if they tell you, oh, I don't have any friends, that's also a red flag. Everybody has friends. No, even the most, like if they say, oh, I don't really have that many friends, it's only 1 or 2, Mesh, give them to me. Oh, that's fine. They have a circle.
I think making up his question, it's more of like, how do you approach someone if you don't already know their family or know their friends?
You can approach somebody.
How do you approach someone to sort of get in contact with their family?
Yeah. So this is a slippery slope, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you can, communicating with them, talking to them can lead you to get attached before it's time.
So you can communicate with someone.
But you have to be very upfront from the get-go. Generally speaking, from dealing with somebody.
For example, if I would approach someone and I can communicate with them and ask them for, let's say, their family's contact info or something like that.
And you tell them, and obviously they know why you're asking for it. And they're like, look, I'm upfront. If this is not something they're interested in, tell me from now. I'd rather know now instead of getting the runaround. And then a person might say, well, how do I get to know them? That's the thing. You don't.
Yeah.
The getting to know them is after
Is
that
with
step.
the- like, let's say you
Exactly.
get the families involved. And then-
Yes, that's when you get to know them. And there's no shame. You have to be very clear. And this is why I think a lot of people feel too committed to say no when they see red flags at that point. But you have to be willing to say no. I'm sorry. This isn't what I thought it would be, et cetera, et cetera. I can back out. No harm done, because you haven't signed any contracts yet. Does that make sense? And so I don't like it when people are too quick to sign a nikah contract, but I'm also not a fan of delaying it too much either. You understand what I'm saying? The whole purpose of that is to get to know them better. And you can tell, trust me, you can tell. So many people, I know people that they got engaged 2 years, 3 years, engagement. And they get married within a year and a half, 2 years, they were divorced. And I talked to the brothers. Multiple cases, not one or two. What happened? He's like, Sheikh, I knew that it was bad when we were engaged. But because the engagement was so long, and because we did things that we probably shouldn't have done, I felt guilty leaving her. Because we already, you know what I mean? Even though they had the nikah written and everything. So from that perspective, he's like, we already consummated the marriage. I felt stuck. So maybe let this work out. And maybe after we get married and we start living with each other, it'll be fine, et cetera, et cetera. And it's not fine still. Those red flags, those problems are still there. It didn't get fixed. And they ended up getting a divorce. Long engagements bring that out. You have to be brave enough to see the red flags as early as possible, so that okay, maybe I can call it off, right? How would you reason with a non-Muslim who ardently opposes the ideals of toxic feminism, the need for a wali with regards to women? It's a loaded question. No, what's funny is that right now I'm actually doing work. We're taking a class, Islam and Gender, in the modern context. You guys know what Sheikh Yasir Qadhi?
Yeah.
It's been a doozy. Because we're dealing with these issues. We're reading a lot of feminist works and a lot of these issues, and even Muslim feminists that are talking about some of these issues and the need for wali and whatnot. This needs a whole different lecture. The idea of a wali, a guardian, wallah, it's beneficial. I'm telling you. From experience, like I used to even question that, being influenced, living in the West, you hear all these things like, she should be able, but then when you actually see in practice, you're like, man, the need for a second pair of eyes is so crucial. And wallah, it's beneficial. Now, do men abuse that, responsibility and then tend to force whoever they want? Of course, and that's wrong. And then that doesn't make that right. So just because we're trying to correct one evil, we don't correct it with another where we replace the whole institution. You guys understand this? It's like saying, because one marriage was bad, that means all marriages are bad. Nah. Nobody believes that. I don't understand this one. The Quran and Sunnah are very detailed in the tiers a male gets in paradise. No. What are the rewards for a divorced woman treated meanly by her ex? Will she be with him in paradise or some other plan, similar to single women? So this is about like paradise, I guess, and marriage there. These details have been discussed by the scholars. The short answer is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has prepared what no eye has seen, what no ear has heard, and what no heart has even dreamt of, which means you'll be taken care of. Don't worry about it too much. We tend to think of like if a woman is married twice, which one is her husband, or the man he married this, or she was never married, what's going to happen to her? These details are details. You know what I mean? The reality is if you just get there and you'll be taken care of, inshallah ta'ala. I have a question here, anonymous. Can the Imam elaborate on marrying from your own extended family? Like marrying a cousin and stuff like this. Obviously it's allowed Islamically, but many people dislike the Umar ibn Khattab anhu. Very famously, he said, estrange your marriage and you will not be weakened. Meaning, the farther away from your lineage, from your tribe you marry, it's a source of strength, number one, both, lineage-wise and both culture-wise, because you're establishing new ties with the new community, etc., etc. But this does not prevent people from marrying somebody from their extended family if they so must. Remember, if the person, I dealt with a case where I made the wrong assumption. There was a sister who came from the community, and she's like, we want to do premarital counseling, blah, blah, blah. And then she mentioned in passing, I'm marrying my cousin. She said it like this. So I said, so are you, let me ask you this, sister, are you okay with that? Like, is that, or are your parents the ones who are kind of forcing you? Because this typically happens, right? The parents force to like, just marry your cousin. Your cousin is fine. Look at him. He's a nice guy. Just marry your cousin. And you know what she said? She surprised me. She's like, no, I'm the one who wants him. My parents don't want me to marry him. I was like, okay, never mind. If you're okay with it, and he's okay with it, and the parents, obviously the parents come around, you know what I mean? They were like, okay, sure, if that's what you want. They said, we don't mind either. And she did, and they're fine. I was surprised. So if it's what you want, I'm not going to win. I do know that families do pressure their daughters or their sons to marry from within the family, and I don't like that. I'm just putting that out there. I don't. You know why, especially? What happens when there's a divorce? Or when, like, there's even a problem? Do they even acknowledge the problem? Wallahi, we had a case where she was married to her cousin, and the family came, and they told, like, their own daughter, don't even think about divorcing him. You don't have a problem. He was beating her. She called me at one point, and I told her, sister, why are you even doubting whether you should call the police or not? Like, that shouldn't even be a question in your mind. If your life is under threat physically, call them. I told her, like, don't even fear. Like, oh, haram, don't even give in to that. Call the police. I told her, if you were my own physical sister, I would do 10 times worse. So the police is nothing. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's the least that, you know what I mean, you could expect. Aslan. Her own family were telling her, if you call the police, we'll come and beat you. Her own parents. I couldn't, wallahi, you used to think that these were like fantasies. This was real. I still can't wrap my head around it. This cases like this. So that's one of the downfalls. When you marry within the family, you get the whole family involved in your business 24/7. It depends on the family, of course. Some families are not, and they leave them alone, but it's tough. Okay, we have another question. Are you guys okay on time if I take like a few more, like just two or three more? Somebody says, if you like the person, they seem perfect, but you don't like their family. How do you proceed? What do you guys think?
I've heard if you marry a person, you're marrying into their family also.
You do, yeah. But like, you like the person. Everything, they're good.
If you say people come around eventually.
Sure. And it depends on the family, it depends on the person, his relationship with his family. There's a lot going on. So it's a case per case scenario. Why don't you like the family? Here it says, okay, they're smoking, they don't speak well, etc., etc. You're afraid that maybe your kids will be influenced, etc. I mean, you raise your own kids. You know what I mean? You tell them this is wrong. Even though uncle does it, auntie does it, it doesn't mean that it's right. Okay? Good. What would you advise to someone with a broken heart that's not ready to love anymore? Yeah, that one's tough. I know it's tough. First off, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the mender of hearts. There's nothing that can mend your heart besides Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You have to realize that. Not even a new relationship. Because if you do it in a new relationship, it's not going to be complete anyway in terms of repair. What's that book? Yasmin Mujahid? Reclaim Your Heart? Yeah. You read it? Is that why you know it? No, I'm just kidding. Has anybody read it before? I'm looking at the sisters. So those who read it, what did you guys think of it? Nah?
It was like really touching. Like I read it in times that I kind of needed it. So
Good.
I kind of read it in.
It's dense. It's and some parts are heavy. Yeah. Same thing. Okay. It's a good book. To read, obviously, like there's a lot of good points in there to remedy a person's heart. She gets a lot of the stuff from what Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah talks about in a lot of his own writings. But that's tough. Time, it needs time, patience, healthy attachments, attachment to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, active worship, spirituality. Remember, there's a spiritual heart and there's a physical heart, and there's a relationship between them both. And you have to remedy it as well as you can. And when the time is right, when the person is right, you'll be able to open up, inshallah ta'ala, and love again that way. Yeah. How does a girl go about it if she likes somebody specific in a halal way? Culturally, girls just wait around. So is it okay for a girl to approach somebody for marriage?
Approach the Prophet.
But did she herself come?
No, she sent someone else.
Very good. You guys see that? Now, is it like inappropriate if a girl does approach? Not necessarily. In fact, I will tell you guys this. A lot of fathers don't do what a lot of fathers should do. So you guys know the famous case of Umar ibn Khattab with his own daughter. What did he do? He went and looked for a spouse for her. This is for Hafsa. Okay? This is why there's an old saying, Irish Palestinian saying, it says, دور لبنتك ما تدور لابنك. Look for a spouse for your daughter, but don't look for your son. Why? It's as if they're saying, like, the son will take care of himself. He can look on his own. He's a guy. You should look for your daughter. Don't wait around. Too many families, and this whole idea of culturally, this isn't right, Hassan, culturally anyways. Umar broke the mold of that old mentality. So his daughter, Hafsa, her husband passed away in the battle. She's available now. He's not going to sit around waiting for somebody to come and marry her. What did he do? He went to the first person that he could think of, which was who? You guys know the story. Who did he look? Who was the first person he approached? Which says a lot about that man. I think he's super underrated. I do, at least personally. Went to Uthman first. Because Uthman was much younger. Uthman had just lost his wife. And who was Uthman's wife? Yeah, the daughter of the Prophet. Remember, he stayed behind from the battle. So he goes to Uthman. Uthman is available. Uthman is who he is. He says, "Ya Uthman, what do you think?" Uthman is quiet. He doesn't say anything. Umar gets offended. Then he goes to Abu Bakr because he realized, okay, I'm gonna go to another guy that I know and I trust. Now, at the time, Abu Bakr is already married. He doesn't mind offering his daughter to a man like Abu Bakr because he knows a man like Abu Bakr is going to take care of my daughter, no matter his situation. And Abu Bakr still declined. He says, I can't. And I can't say anything. He wants to say, but he can't because it's not his secret to divulge. So he goes upset to the Prophet ﷺ and he says, Ya Rasulullah, I'm upset Uthman, I'm upset Abu Bakr. Why? Because in his mind, and it's a communal obligation. Marriage is not just an individual's problem. Remember, like it's a fitna. If we start to mess with this whole institution of marriage, the whole society, it messes with the whole fabric of society. So he is upset. He's complaining about them to the Prophet ﷺ. And the Prophet reassures him. He says, don't worry, Hafsa will marry somebody better than Uthman, and Uthman will marry somebody better than Hafsa. Right? Who was better than Uthman that Hafsa married? The Prophet himself, ﷺ, he said, I'm interested, I want to marry her. And he did. And who's better than Hafsa that Uthman eventually married? The other daughter of the Prophet, ﷺ. Right? He married Ruqayya and Kulthum. So, if a girl likes a guy and she wants to get married to him, there are definitely ways to do it. Depends on the situation. You can send somebody that you trust to see if he is equally interested, which is what Khadija did. See if there's interest there. Otherwise, there's no need to put yourself out there too much. Get your families involved. I don't know why, but like I do. I mean, alhamdulillah, I've met many brothers that actively look for their sisters. They help them out, especially because the brother, a lot of times culturally, is closer to his sister than the father is. So he'll go out on a limb and he'll help her look. So if you have sister, like your own biological sister, and you know that, you know what I mean, she's of age and whatnot, help her out. You should. And a sister, if you have a brother and sister, you trust him, he knows, he will know what's good for you. You know, not what's good for you, but like if a guy is compatible, if a guy is a good fit, etc., etc. Fathers need to do a good job as well. And I know plenty, wallah, alhamdulillah, I've met fathers who come to the mission like, Sheikh, my daughter is this and this old. Do you have any guys? And I'm like, I know one or two, you know, here's their numbers, etc. And they set it up and sometimes it works. Okay. That's definitely a way to do it. However, if she does approach him directly to have that rapport, that relationship, that whatever, that's, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. But remember, you don't want to extend the relationship to a point where it becomes an attachment and it's not right, and then you're really setting yourself up for failure. Remember, the better, like the more halal it is from the get-go, the better it'll be, inshallah. Yeah. The last question on this list is, how do you advise someone who was molested as a child? How would they even approach a relationship with the man if they had a bad experience with them? That's a very good question. That's a serious question. So first off, I would advise them before they even approach the issue of marriage is to seek out therapy from a trustworthy therapist in order to actually get them to resolve that issue that they went through, right? Because we have had cases where a couple outwardly seemed fine, and when they got married, one of the two spouses, sometimes it's the guy, like I met with a couple, and the guy told me he was molested when he was 11 years old, and it affected his marriage, and he's still not remarried. He got divorced twice, and he broke down in tears in my office because he told me, Sheikh, I was molested. Like, eventually it came out, he's like, I've never told anybody this in my whole life. And it was like, he feels like at the time, this is why. And I told him, like, look, this is above my pay grade in the sense that this is not something that I have the tools to completely help you with. I can help you spiritually, recuperate and whatnot, but you need to seek out therapy. You need to get that all out. He still hasn't remarried. And sisters, same thing. We've had couples, the sister she went through a hard time, same thing. She was molested, very young age, and she has a phobia of even intimacy, you know what I mean? And so, but she really likes the guy. Like, she loves her husband, but she can't be intimate with him. Her body shuts down, it's painful, it's all these other things. What does she do? She has to get therapy, she has to get help for it. She doesn't want to lose her husband either, and the husband doesn't want to lose her. Those are very difficult situations. Those do need therapy. And don't be afraid. Wallahi, I think sometimes we have a stigma and a shame of going to therapists or whatever, for whatever reason. And alhamdulillah, now we're so blessed that we have plenty of Muslim therapists that actually are available to help. Go seek their help. Wallahi, they can help you. They can get you to overcome, and inshallah ta'ala, your marriage will flourish. So in those specific scenarios, they do need, yeah. Okay. Last question here. Can you expand on what it means to get families involved? Because it seems that people find that their involvement is too committed. And when we say get families involved, meaning they're aware that you're communicating with their daughter. Right? It's not a secret. It's not a secret relationship. Everything is out in the open. Intentions are clear. Because remember, an engagement is a promise to get married. But it doesn't mean it's not a commitment yet to actually get married, etc. You're saying, look, I just need some time, whatever it is, to get to know her as a person, and so she can get to know me. and then we can get, you know what I mean? Like, you know, my family, my friends, I know her family, her friends. But if we find that it's not a good fit, it's not a good fit, we can move on. If it's a good fit, we can move forward. It doesn't have to be the whole family. We're literally just talking about the father, the mother, that's it. Whoever it is, whoever needs to know. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Oh, yeah.
When it comes to istikhara, do you start that process before you start pursuing istikhara?
Sure.
How much do you continue with istikhara throughout the
As often as needed.
So like every day if you were working istikhara,
If you want
you
to.
got married.
If you want to. I would say every time there's something new, every step. So if before I'm about to take another step, because it's steps, you pray istikhara. For the istikhara, it's not just following how you feel, right? It's seeing, is it working? Is it being facilitated, etc. And remember, whatever outcome that happens, it's the best outcome for you. Because we've had people like, Sheikh, I prayed istikhara, and we got married 6 months later, a year later, they got divorced. This happened. There's a couple that I was helping recently during COVID. They got married. I did their premarital counseling. I didn't do their nikah. They got married. A year later, they got divorced. And I think it was too soon. They didn't listen to me. There's a lot of emotions. There was a lot of stuff. But the lady, she tried to do everything in her power. I mean, the guy just said, I just don't want it close. I'm not willing to fight for it. This is too much. I'm just let her go. I'll give her whatever she needs, whatever she wants. Yeah, it was tough. I mean, I understand why he was saying that. But she tried, and she came back and she said, shit, I prayed istikhara every single step of the way. Why is this happening to me? I said, maybe this is what's best for you. They don't know. Meaning you had to go through this whole experience. Because now you're a completely different person than you were just a year ago, year and a half ago. And she's like, yeah, a year and a half ago I was naive, foolish, and I wasn't, now it's a completely different game ball, like there's a lot going on. So anyways, I know we took a lot of your time. Forgive me for going over the time. I hope we answered most of your questions, inshallah. I hope it was informative. Is anybody ready to get married? Now, do you feel better equipped? A lot of people are like, I don't even know. We probably messed it up more for people than we helped them, inshallah. I hope at least, was it informative? Did you learn something new today? Okay, alhamdulillah, that's it. Like I said, further resources, there's a lot of resources, alhamdulillah. There's, I think one of the sisters online shared some of the books. There is that Gottman book. If you look up Gottman, he has like the 7 principles of marriage. Generally speaking, it's completely fine. And then there is a book by Selma Abu Qadiri and Sheikh Muhammad Majid, both whom I know personally. And I have their book. We went over they went over their book with us and stuff like this, so it's very good. It's called The Things to Know Before You Tie the Knot. Excellent stuff. It's very similar to the stuff that we shared today, although much more specific. They go into like how to discuss finances, how to discuss like practical things, etc., etc. Where today was more of an overview. We didn't go into a lot of the specifics. Okay, good. Jazakallah khairan. Subhanaka wa bihamdik, nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, nastaghfiruka wa natubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Thank you all for coming. Just few quick announcements. Number one, we have our Tuesday halakas. Every Tuesday it's in MSC. The rooms change, so look at our socials and follow up with our emails to know where the rooms are.